Last night up at Shuttleworth Park, the Stallions got punched in the face by their biggest rivals. Tonight, it's another home game at Cantine Field, and the next chapter in the PGCBL 2026 summer season book is against the Glens Falls Dragons for the fourth time this summer. It's the Dragons, and it's the Stallions, and it's right here on the Stallions YouTube network. Welcome in to the Archtop Fiber Pregame Show. Nick Zuppi with you, alongside Evan Zaretsky. Thank you so much for tuning in. Archtop Fiber, #FastAF. Evan, Ponies have only played 3 games now out of the last 5 days, so it's nice to see some consistent action with 2 in a row.
Been a mix of off days, game cancellations, but now, scheduling is going to start picking up, especially as we're heading into July. So it's nice to see the Stallions starting to get into the group.
Stallions have a stretch of 18 games in 21 days in the month of July, but in the month of June, especially last night up at Shuttleworth Park, Evan, the Stallions did not play their best ball of the season, fell 16-3 in a mercy rule defeat for the second time this season.
The match just never woke up, and that was the whole good story of the game. Amsterdam's fast work popped the entire game. The Stallions kind of struggled to put something together at a specific point in the inning. The hits that they had were very scattered, while Amsterdam poured it all on one.
Stallions did have a season-high 2 solo homers. Nick Rossi blasted one in the second, and Drew Freeman blasted his first as a Saugerties Stallion in the 5th inning. But outside of those 2 hits, Evan, only 4 total. That tied a season low, and then the 3 runs scored was, in fact, a season low.
A lot of swing and misses, a lot of not putting the balls in play, and that's what it all came down to. They didn't really have any runners on base, but if they did, the swing and misses ultimately came to bite them. And if you're in a game where you have those runners in scoring position, which we would expect to see tonight against Glens Falls, and a lot of strikeouts, it's going to hurt you.
Well, a lot of strikeouts indeed for the Stallions last night at Shuttleworth Park. 12 Ks only in 7 innings on offense. On the other side, for Amsterdam, very not the case at all. Only 4 punch-outs against Stallions pitchers, and Evan, in the 8-run 3rd inning, they got 5 hits, blasted a homer, but more importantly, capitalized off 2 Stallion errors.
They batted around, and then an extra 3 batters came to plate. It was, they started something, and then they just didn't stop. 9 consecutive batters from 1 through 9 in the lineup got on base, and 8 of those guys came across the score. When the momentum is on your side, it's hard to slow it down, and the Stallions just had a very tough time stopping the Amsterdam offense. That it was a bleeding wound that really there was no Band-Aid to cover.
Stallions starting pitcher in that 3rd inning, Carson Leitz gets the first out of the inning. Andrew Azell pops up to second, and then the second out in the inning when Azell comes around to bat again for the second time, and he flew out to left field again. So like you said, once Amsterdam got hot, they just kept on rolling.
And this is an Amsterdam team that is already scaling first in every single offensive category. Now they're getting some new players. I mentioned a few weeks ago, they were scarier earlier in the season. Now they get 3 new guys coming. It's a very scarier team, and we saw that.
All 3 of those guys played a role. Mason McCrane hit leadoff and also started the game on the mound for Amsterdam, the southpaw from Auburn, and then his older brother, Brandon McCrane, who played 32 games with Amsterdam last summer, was second on the team in RBIs in 2025. Also got on base twice, and then the new backstop, Zach Johnson, out of Alabama.
And when you have 3 new acquisitions, I was talking to one of the Amsterdam fans and broadcaster before the game. They said if you're not hitting above 300 right now on this Amsterdam team, it's going to be very tough to find the spot in the lineup. And I'm expecting to see that throughout the rest of the season. These batting averages are skyrocket.
Well, the Stallions got 4 new players, and we're going to talk about each one on the other side of this break. The Archtop Fiber Pregame Show rolls on. Welcome back to the Archtop Fiber Pregame Show. Nick Zuppi with you, alongside Evan Zaretsky. Thank you so much for staying with us. Archtop Fiber, #FastAF. Evan, it's time to close the book on last night's 16-3 loss for the Stallions to their biggest rival, the Amsterdam Mohawks. And now we're going to take a deeper dive into this 2026 summer roster, starting with a relief pitcher from Siena, Matt Murtaugh. He was absolutely dominant over the last week. Rightfully so. He earned the PGCBL Eastern Division Pitcher of the Week.
What a 180 Murtaugh's season has been. Struggled a little bit to get off the snide, but now he has turned it on 3 consecutive outings, went 3 innings, 1 earned run, 4 shutout innings, and then another 3 shutout innings, and then of those 10 innings, 8 in a row where he has yet to allow a run. There was really no one else this award could go to.
Murtaugh got big outs last year for the 2025 championship team, 4 innings, only allowing 1 run in last year's Eastern Division final, and then got the final 3 outs against the Batavia Muck Dogs in the PGCBL Championship Series game-clinching win in game number 2 over the Muck Dogs at Dwyer Stadium. But Evan, this past week, Matt Murtaugh throws 7 innings. He only faces 1 more batter than the minimum. He only allowed 1 hit in 7 innings.
And it's because he's getting ahead in the counts quicker. He goes 0-2, 1-2, even 2-2. He goes with the pitch that he feels most comfortable with, whether it be the fastball. We've seen him throw the high in fastball, which has gotten a lot of swing and misses, or the changeup. But bottom line is he's not letting runners get on base. He's not letting balls being put in play. So even the 1 hit or the few walks, the runners that get on base aren't advancing into scoring position because the amount of strikeouts that Murtaugh's getting.
Murtaugh, a returner from last year's championship team, a guy who's been absolutely on fire for the Stallions here in 2026. And the Ponies also hope that 2 new pitchers can ride Murtaugh's wave here this summer. 1 lefty, 1 righty, Angel Paulino, rising freshman to Siena, and McCoy Roth, right-hander, rising freshman to Iona.
Roth is in this area from the Saugerties Stallions area, so he's familiar with Cantine, he's familiar with the field, so it's nice to have somebody that comes in and knows a lot. Paulina, on the other hand, is committed to Siena, and we saw it yesterday. He came out of the car with Steven Ramirez, another Siena commit, Matt Murtaugh, another guy from Siena, so he's coming in knowing a lot of the guys, so, you know, it's special to see when you can come into the team, even though you're not there from the start, and be welcomed in very easily. And you could tell that these 2 are not just going to be welcomed easily, and they're going to have a big role on the team.
Team chemistry was a big reason why the Stallions went all the way last year and won their 2nd ever PGCBL championship title. Matt Murtaugh throws his glove up on the mound, and the dog pile ensues up at Dwyer Stadium. But Evan, these 2 guys are also going to add versatility into the bullpen simply because one's a lefty and one's a righty.
It's depth, and the Stallions have been running a lot of right-handed pitchers, so now with the July stretch coming up that starts in a week that they're going to have a lot of games played and not too many rest days, you're going to need to have arms from both the righty side of the mound and the lefty, so now you have just more arms in general, so you can throw more pitchers, and then you're getting different sights if you're the batters from both sides of the mound. So for the Stallions, that's where I find that these 2 additions are the most important because you're getting from both sides, righty and lefty.
Well, the Stallions didn't just get 2 new players on the mound. They also got 2 new hitters to roll out here in the summer of 2026. And Evan, 2 young guys as well. Michael Hanna, a rising freshman to Mississippi State, and Anthony DiPetro, a lefty hitting catcher from Pace.
DiPetro tore it up this past season at Pace, hit .388, won any 10 conference rookie of the year. He adds a lot more versatility and depth to the catcher position. And then Hanna, on the other hand, just finished his senior year at Don Bosco, hit over 500, was absolutely stellar. His head coach there said that he was one of, if not the best players to ever walk through the Don Bosco baseball program, which you've been around a bit and you graduated from Don Bosco, so I'm sure you know some stuff about him.
I did. I was there for 2 years when Hanna suited up for the maroon and white. And this is a guy, Evan, who really did everything for that high school squad. He started on varsity as a freshman. He holds the Bergen County tournament hit record. He broke it this season. This is a guy who was a part of 2 state championship teams, so he knows how to win. But also, Evan, he dealt through adversity. He tore his ACL earlier on in his high school tenure. So this is a guy, although not experienced at the college level, definitely one of the most experienced high school players in the nation.
And the Stallions are getting 2 players at key needs of positions right now with the outfielders and the catching position. A lot of injuries have been happening to some of the players on the Stallions roster, so they've been really running a 2-man catching rotation with Drew Freeman and Cooper Schmidt. Now you throw in a 3rd and you get a 4th or 5th outfielder. It's going to mean a lot more opportunities to get other guys in the lineup, a lot more different sites for other teams, and it's just good to have more depth on the team.
DiPietro looking to make a strength even stronger for a Stallions squad that has backstop Cooper Schmidt leading the team in batting average and RBIs, and then Drew Freeman has also been consistent as can be on both sides of the ball. Multiple caught stealings, and now he blasted his first homer last night at Shuttleworth Park.
Yeah, exactly. And then for Hannah, on the other hand, you're an outfield that has been really Bile, Krieger, Aiden Schmidt, and now you're adding another guy to that outfield that is going to consistently be there. So it's just nice to see the different versatility. We saw Hannah play last night, as you mentioned it, and he looks very comfortable up there.
Well, the Stallions pick up 4 new players this summer, along with Matt Murtaugh winning the PGCBL Eastern Division Pitcher of the Week. And when we come back on the Archtop Fiber pregame show, we're going to preview how the Ponies can take down the Dragons. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Archtop Fiber pregame show. Nick Zuppi with you, alongside Evan Zaretsky. Thank you so much for staying with us. Archtop Fiber, #FastAF. Evan, it's the 4th rendition between the Stallions and the Dragons tonight at Cantine. Second time these two teams battle at Cantine, 4th overall. And the Dragons, 6-12 overall record, last in the PGCBL East.
They're not a very good team at all, and it's been a lot of the same compared to the last few seasons, but specifically this one, Glens Falls rates at the bottom of nearly every single offensive statistical category. The pitching has been just as bad, now lost 5 of the last 6 games, and they really have not found their groove to start picking up some wins and get streak.
Well, a big reason why the offense has the league worst batting average of .228, dead last, 16 out of 16 teams in the PGCBL, is the swing and miss that this Dragon lineup has. They have the most strikeouts in the PGCBL, average just about 8 per game.
You saw it when the Stallions played them. A lot of swing and misses, not much putting the ball in play, and that's what you're going to get out of this Glens Falls team. It's when they hit it, likely to get extra bases, but not a lot of contact being made by this offense.
And on the pitching, it's the same thing, but reverse. This Dragons pitching staff doesn't really get enough swings and misses. The opponents are hitting just about .345 against Dragons pitching. That's the worst mark in the PGCBL.
This team also has the worst ERA before a 3-2 win over Oneonta, which actually broke the longest losing streak currently in the PGCBL. So finally a win, but now they're second, third worst in ERA. Still very, very poor that the Stallions hitting has to.
Well, those trends are true against the Stallions through the first 3 matchups. Evan, it's really gone in favor of Saugerties top to bottom.
Yeah, exactly. It's the hits have been continued to come. The Glens Falls team against the Stallions have proven to strike out a lot, specifically against the Stallions. That just goes to show that the bats and the pitching, the Glens Falls bats, has just not looking up against any team. Stallions pitching has been dominant. But on the flip side, at the plate for Saugerties, it's been red.
Stallions have almost tripled Glens Falls in hits this season, 31-12, and like you said, strikeouts in the batter's box, definitely not what Glens Falls wants. 31-14 in favor of the Ponies pitchers.
Right, Glens Falls against the Stallions, that's averaging 3 runs per game, 4 hits. You're not going to win with those numbers against any team ever, especially when you factor in 31 strikeouts across the 3 games. This team is just, the bats have never looking up, and it's more of the same against the Stallions.
Well, the Stallions have taken the first 3 matchups against Glens Falls this summer, and the 4th one is coming up. But before that, we're going to welcome in our sideline reporter, Alex Kimnitzer. Alex, thank you so much for joining us here on the Archtop Fiber pregame show. I got one question for you, and it's as simple as this. What has worked so well for the Stallions against the Dragons this summer?
Well, I tell you, Nick, the pitching has been phenomenal for the Saugerties Stallions in their first 3 matchup against the Glens Falls Dragons. Over those first 3 matchups, the Stallions pitching staff has only given up 12 hits over 27 innings for a flat 2 ERA. If that doesn't scream locked in, I don't know what does, honestly. The Stallions, what amazes me so much about those 3 matchups is none of those outings have been skewed. The numbers have not been skewed by a crazy outlier performance. It's everybody on the pitching staff doing their job and making sure that they mitigate as many base runners as possible that has yielded them with easy wins. And if the Stallions pitching staff continues to pitch like they have in their first 3 matchups, again, on Sunday here at Cantine, we watched them put up their first shutout of the season. They clearly have the Glens Falls Dragons number down a little bit, and we'll see if they can convert here tonight.
Alex, we mentioned the 4 new players for the Stallions, 2 offensively, which we could see tonight. So my question for you is, of the 4 new players, who are you most excited to watch?
Evan, it might be recency bias, but I got to say Michael Hanna really has a lot of upside that I'm excited to see this season. In his PGCBL debut last night, went 0 for 3, but he made contact every single pitch, and he showed off a warehouse in his skill tool shed. He's got a cannon of an arm, he's got an amazing disciplined bat-to-ball approach, and he has got some speed that will blaze down the base paths when he gets on. As we mentioned prior in the broadcast, he just committed to Mississippi State, where he'll play his upcoming freshman year. And you don't get recruited to an SEC school unless you can stand the heat. Be on the lookout for this lefty outfielder with blazing speed, hawking down fly balls, making great contact throughout the rest of this summer season, guys.
Thanks so much, Alex. Michael Hanna set to play his second game as a Saugerties Stallion here in the summer of 2026 against the Glens Falls Dragons tonight. And speaking of the Dragons, it's time for our keys to the game. My key to tonight's game against the Glens Falls Dragons is for the Stallions pitchers to fill up the strike zone. Looking at the season so far for this Stallions staff, they've played 16 games, and in only 4 of those, Stallions pitchers have walked fewer batters than the opponent. But there is a common theme in those 4 games, the fact that the Stallions have won 3 of those. So they have a 3-1 record when the Stallions pitchers issue fewer walks than the opponent. And now when you combine that with the fact that they've already done that against Glens Falls 3 days ago right here at Cantine, this is a Stallions staff that issued a season low in walks with 2 and was good for their first ever complete game shutout this summer. So use that momentum from 3 days ago where you just constantly filled up the strike zone with strikes and went after a Glens Falls lineup that has the worst batting average in the PGCBL. So avoid free passes, avoid mistakes defensively, and just make the Glens Falls bats beat you, which they have proven that they don't really do this summer.
Well, Nick, you mentioned it yourself. This Glens Falls team has struggled to hit this so far this season, last in batting average with a .220 average. So my key to the game is simple. For the Stallions to just score runs. They only scored 3 against Amsterdam last night, but if you look at against Glens Falls, have been absolutely dominant, and on Glens Falls' side have just scored 8 runs over 3 games so far against the Stallions. So if Saugerties can get runners on base, move them over, drive some runs in, this is a Glens Falls team that has lost 5 of the last 6 games, and throughout those 6 games has just averaged just 2 runs scored a game. So it's been very rocky, specifically over this losing streak. So if the Stallions can score some runs, the pitching overall has been successful against Glens Falls. They should pick up a win tonight. Alex, what's your key to the game?
Evan, my key for tonight's game is return to defensive form. Going into last night's matchup against the Amsterdam Mohawks, the Stallions had a 98% fielding percentage, the best in the Eastern Division in the PGCBL. However, last night they put up 2 errors that resulted in multiple Mohawk runs. And there were also a lot of misread fly balls in the outfield that just cascaded into an offensive onslaught for the Amsterdam Mohawks. Coach Colin Martin is somebody who preaches the concept of clean baseball before anything else. You know he can't be happy after the performance the Stallions put on last night defensively. So for tonight, I expect the Stallions to saddle up defensively and prevent the Dragons from breathing fire offensively.
Thanks so much, Alex. Now, the Stallions and the Dragons, not the only 2 teams in the PGCBL Eastern Division in action tonight. 2 good matchups on the board, Mohawk Valley at Boonville for a doubleheader, and then Amsterdam at Utica.
I'll take Mohawk Valley to clean sweep Boonville, who is clearly struggling, second worst team right now in the East Division. I think this will be an easy win for Mohawk Valley for both games. And then Amsterdam, on the other hand, has just been the best offensive team and the best team in this division, now playing a Utica team that has struggled a little bit, just like Boonville. So give me Amsterdam. I normally go with, the upsets, but I think today it's got to be the favorites.
I'm going to agree with you, Evan, and we really don't agree much, especially here in the Around the PGCBL segment of the Archtop Fiber pregame show. But the bats are going to be the difference for Mohawk Valley against Boonville, and same with Amsterdam. They're just red hot. Their bats are too good. But we're starting a new segment. It's called Take Your Pick. We're now going to track how the two of us do in terms of these PGCBL matchups. Evan, you got the edge right now.
Does that say 5-0?
Does it?
Is that one? I don't know. There's something in my eye. Oh yeah, it does say 5-0. Look at that, and the two upsets too. I picked.
Wow, look at you.
Chills.
Yeah, that's chills right there. But hey, my record's still pretty good at 3-2, not quite 5-0, but 3 games tonight. Who knows? Well, we picked the same ones.
Well, yeah. So it's either going to go in favorite of one or the other is gonna.
Well, hopefully you get one wrong and drop to less than undefeated, and I avoid going under 500. That would not be very good. But on the other side of the end of the Archtop Fiber pregame show is first pitch between your Stallions and the Glens Falls Dragons. On a beautiful Wednesday night at Cantine Field, the sun is shining and the Saugerties Stallions are set to play game number 17 of a scheduled 43 here in the summer 2026 PGCBL baseball season. Welcome into the Stallions YouTube network alongside Evan Zaretsky. I'm Nick Zuppi covering all of tonight's action between your Stallions and the Glens Falls Dragons. Evan, Stallions get punched in the face last night, but tonight, a perfect get-back game.
When you get punched in the face, what do you have to do? You have to get back up, and this is a perfect opportunity for the Stallions to get off their feet and absolutely lay a hammer on a team in struggling Glens Falls.
The man who's looking to get the Stallions off to a good start here in the top of the first inning, your starting pitcher for the Ponies, is a southpaw. His name is Reese Brammer, making his fourth appearance this summer.
First three appearances, Brammer has faced Glens Falls before. That was back in his first appearance where he was absolutely perfect. 3 innings, no hits, no runs, and 5 strikeouts. Since then, he's thrown just 1 inning and a third and has allowed 6 earned runs. So a great start, but 2 rough starts recently for Brammer. He's looking to get back.
A big reason why is the base on balls, 13 in those 4 and a third innings pitched. Let's take a look at the starting 10 that Glens Falls is sending out here tonight. Leadoff man Rene Vega going to hit from the righty batter's box. Jack Plopper, Tyler Worth, David York, 2 through 4. Caden Barmer, Derek Diaz, and Shane Hoover making his PGCBL debut in the 7th spot. Billy Barthel, Alex Kurt, and Giorgio Panapinto rounds out the starting 10 for Glens Falls here tonight. Brammer's ready. Vega's ready. Let's do it from Cantine. First pitch from Brammer. Taken for a strike 0-1, called strike by your home plate umpire, Frank Parker. Field umpire is Sean Connors here at Cantine. Frank Parker actually umpiring 2 consecutive home games for the Stallions. Stallions lose 16-3 last night to the Amsterdam Mohawks up at Shuttleworth Park. And Evan, top to bottom, that's a game to forget.
Absolutely. 4 errors, just 4 hits and 3 runs. Nothing was going the Stallions' way the entire night in the field and with the bats at the plate.
1 ball, 1 strike on Vega. To the backstop, 2-1. Now, this is a Glens Falls team that comes into tonight's matchup with a 6-12 overall record in last place in the PGCBL Eastern Division standings. 8 games back of Amsterdam for that top spot, and they broke their 5-game losing streak last night with a 3-2 win over the Oneonta Outlaws. That was up at Eastfield at home. Vega flies it out of play, 2-2.
That was a big win because before that 5-game losing streak, that was the longest losing streak that currently held in the PGCBL. So Glens Falls, nice to reset and go back on a win streak. Hopefully for them, they could start this going on.
Stallions and Glens Falls have met 3 times this summer. Ponies have taken all 3 matchups, including just 3 days ago. These 2 teams battled right here at Cantine Field. Stallions come away with a 5-0 win. It was the first complete game shutout for the Stallions pitching staff this season. Only issued 4 hits and only allowed a season-low 2 walks over 9 innings. Just utter domination from the Stallions.
Yeah, absolutely. It was top to bottom. It was Matt Murtaugh, who was absolutely fantastic. Trevor Hunter got his first start of the season. Absolute perfection. Just 2 walks and struck out 11 as a pitching staff.
Tied a season high with K's in that ball game. 1 strike away. Vega flies it into shallow left center field. Surwick is there. It's Croce going out, and Surwick, the left fielder, makes the play for out number 1. A new spot for Danny Surwick, making his first start in left field tonight.
We've seen him at first, we've seen him at third, and we've seen him at DH, but Surwick coming into the Stallions was really just listed as a corner infielder, so he's trying out something new in left field. It's nice to see some new players in the outfield, especially it's a position, Nick, that the Stallions have short depth on as of right now.
A couple guys have left, a couple guys banged up. Jack Ploppert steps in, designated hitter here tonight for Glens Falls. And speaking of Danny Surwick, the field looks like this for your Stallions. Surwick's in left, and then Michael Hanna making his first start as a center fielder for the Stallions this summer. Just his 2nd game overall. Magnus Krieger's in right, And then third to first in the infield, Mike Levinson, Nick Croce at short, Aiden Schmidt at second, and Ryan Resio at first, with Anthony DePietro behind the plate, making his first start as a Stallion this summer, and Reese Brammer on the mound, now in a 2-1 count.
Yeah, and Brammer, we've seen it now twice already with the balls to the backstop. You mentioned his walks was one of the biggest things. Glens Falls really does not walk very often over these last few games specifically, just 8 total over the last 3, so you really don't want to give away any free bases.
Only 2 last time these two teams played right here at Cantine just 3 days ago, and Ploppert's now in a 2-2 count. Stallions have scored first in 5 out of the last 6 games, and it's the pitching that puts up a 0 or 2 in the first couple innings, allowing the offense to do their work. Brammer misses low, 3-2.
Yeah, and it was the jumping on early of the offense, which is exactly what the Stallions need to do here tonight. You just got to score a few runs. This is a Glens Falls team that does not score at all, so if you can just get a few runs and your pitching staff feels comfortable out there.
Glens Falls, prior to tonight's matchup, 4th fewest run total in the entire PGCBL. And now the Dragons have their first base runner, a 1-out walk to Ploppert. But overall, Evan, this Glens Falls offense is waiting to wake up a little bit. They have the worst batting average, 4th to worst OBP, and 3rd to worst slug. Just overall, not getting the production that we've seen in years past.
No, and it averaged just 2 runs and 4 hits over the last 3 games. So specifically in the recent stretch, it's been a large struggle at the plate.
Tyler Worth steps in, takes up and in, 1-0. First time Brammer's started with the ball to a Glens Falls hitter here tonight. Worth in the 3-hole for Glens Falls. He's their best hitter, plain and simple. He's played every game but 3, 15 out of 18 for Glens Falls this summer. Flies it out of play. Worth's batting average prior to tonight, 408. The only player for Glens Falls above 400.
Yeah, and there's no one really near him. The second most is nearly 50 points lower. So Worth has been at the top of this lineup and a big power hitter for this team.
And he's a guy who's hurt the Stallions before, but in the most recent matchup, he was really a non-factor, 2 for 4, couple singles, but ultimately stranded on base. So if you can limit this guy to those singles and prevent him from driving the baseball into gaps, you're going to be okay with that if you're the Stallions.
Yeah, you don't want to give away any extra bases to Tyler Worth, which is going to be the biggest thing. He's tied for the team high in extra bases with just 4. Again, this team does not really find gaps very often, but throw it low in the zone.
Brammer's 2-1 to Worth. Upstairs, 3-1. Up and away, ball forward, back-to-back walks from Brammer to Glens Falls. Allows the first runner in scoring position for Glens Falls here tonight in the form of Jack Ploppert. 2 on, 1 out for David York.
And this really feels like a must-win game for the Stallions after they got demolished by Amsterdam. So we'll see how Brammer can battle back on the mound, but I would be very shocked, and this goes for all the pitchers, that pitching coach Praxi Vigil has a very short leash on everyone.
Brammer making his first start here tonight. His prior 3 appearances all out of the bullpen. Starts York off with the ball, and that's been his biggest problem, dating back to last year. This guy was a member of the Stallions 2025 championship team. A guy, when he throws strikes, is virtually unhittable.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you saw that against Glens Falls in the first game. He didn't allow a single hit and struck out 5 over 3 innings. So this Dragons team has faced him before and has struggled. So if he can just find the zone, he should be fine out there.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Rene Vega flew out to left to start the ball game off, and then back-to-back walks brings us to the 1-1 pitch from Brammer. Line down the left field line, foul. Now he's ahead 1-2, and here I would expect to go to that breaking ball from Brammer.
Yeah, I would too, but I think now you have to be very cognizant of it, especially we've seen 2 balls go past DePietro, and if you have another one right there, you're putting 2 runners in scoring position rather than 1.
Glens Falls looking to score first against the Stallions, something they didn't do in the last 2 matchups against the Ponies. The 1-2 from Brammer, upstairs 2-2. But the first time these 2 teams played, Evan, it was the first game of the season for the Stallions. Ponies trailed 4-1 at the end of 2 innings. Glens Falls notches the first run of the game. And from then on, both sides, batters and pitchers, both coasted.
It was a very sloppy game defensively. A lot of errors for Glens Falls specifically, which allowed the Stallions to come back in the game and then eventually take the lead.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. David York in the box. Tied for the team lead in RBIs with 11. First run of the game, stands at second. Not going anywhere. The payoff in the dirt, ball 4. And Brammer's walked them loaded here in the first.
Still no action down in the bullpen, but now if you are Glens Falls, this is a perfect opportunity to strike. Caden Barmer has struggled against the Stallions specifically, and Anthony DePietro is going to go out. Have a word. Nick, for me, he's having a hard time locating the fastball specifically.
Inconsistency, right? When the fastball hits the zone, it's a great pitch for Brammer. We've seen him turn to it in a lot of these outings, especially in the first batter of the game. He used it to get strike 1. He used it to get strike 2, and then ultimately the flyout came off that fastball. It's his go-to pitch, but command is the biggest thing with Brammer, especially with that fastball. Lefty-lefty matchup. Barmer nubs it foul, 0-1. Caden Barmer, left fielder here tonight. This is a guy who's been red hot at the plate just last night. 1 for 1, 2 walks and 2 runs scored. Dragons snap a 5-game losing streak last night with a 3-2 win over the Oneonta Outlaws. The 0-1. High pop-up, shallow, right side of the infield. Schmidt, the second baseman's camped underneath it. Infield fly is called. Runners stay put. 2 outs.
It's exactly what you need. Doesn't allow the run to score. Not deep enough. Schmidt has a great arm at second. And third base coach and head coach Joe Matarazzo doing a little movement with his hands, a little frustrated that the Dragons can't capitalize on that opportunity.
Derek Diaz now has an opportunity to hit with the bases full of Dragons, and now 2 gone after the pop-up from Barmer. Diaz did not play against the Ponies 3 days ago. Anthony Lino got the start behind the plate. Diaz the catcher tonight. First pitch to him. Misses in 1-0.
Yeah, obviously we saw Diaz in the first game. Lino was the DH, and these two against the Stallions have kind of had a rotation behind the plate.
Lino, the former Stallion, a member of last year's championship team, was on base in his return to Cantine. As Diaz takes upstairs 2-0. Stallions have dropped 4 out of the last 6 games. Looking for a good bounce-back win against Glens Falls here tonight. The 2-0 from Brammer. Fastball clips the inside corner, 2-1.
And, Nick, now something to note. Looks like Riley Hoffrichter is starting to stretch down in the bullpen. Again, I expect short leashes on everyone tonight. Brammer can get out of this here with just 1 out and had the bases loaded. Now 2, that would be big.
It would feel like a win almost here early on in the ballgame for the Stallions. Brammer's 2-1, goes to the backstop. Plopper hits home and scores the first run of the game. It's 1-0 Glens Falls.
Mentioned it earlier. You got to be very aware of the large backstop here, especially when you have runners in scoring position. Glens Falls takes advantage of it. Brammer now his 3rd pass ball of the night.
Still no hits in the inning for Glens Falls. Team that only averages about 6.5 per game.
1-0 Dragons. 2 outs. 3-1 count. Brammer delivers. Up and away, ball 4. Make that the 4th walk of the inning. And here comes Shane Hoover.
Making a season debut, you never know what you're going to get out of this guy, and now he has a huge opportunity with the bases loaded. Stallions outfield is playing very shallow. This is a Glens Falls team that really doesn't hit that many home runs and average just 1 extra base hit a game. So expecting a high pop-up here.
Hoover, the rising freshman to Seton Hall next summer from South Jersey, steps in with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Takes inside 1-0. And this is the perfect time for Hoover to get his first plate appearance, right? The bases are loaded. There's nowhere to put him, so Brammer's got to go after him.
Absolutely, and Hoover with a single probably would score just 1 with the shallow outfield and a slow Tyler Worth on second.
DePetro makes the snag, and wild pitches here early on for Brammer. Still trying to get settled into the ball game, only the top of the first. Tyler Worth at third, David York at second, and Derek Diaz at first for Glens Falls. The 2-0. 3-0.
Hofrichter has started to toss down there. This very well could be Brammer's last batter if he lets another walk here for the 5th time.
8 out of the last 9 pitchers have missed for the southpaw from Herkimer. In danger of walking into a run. The 3-0. Fastball right down the pipe. 3-1.
At 3-0, you just throw a pitch that give him something to hit. Obviously, they're not expecting him to swing. Now works at a 3-1.
Hoover, the shortstop for Glens Falls tonight, looking to add 2 with a base hit to the outfield. The 3-1 from Brammer. Inside, ball 4, and picks up his first RBI on the bases loaded walk. Now 2-0 Glens Falls.
Well, that's an interesting way to pick up your first collegiate baseball RBI, but didn't get a pitch he liked to swing at. And now head coach Colin Martin's going to waste no time at all here.
5th walk of the inning for Brammer. And Stallion skipper, head coach Colin Martin, on his way to the mound. It looks like it's going to do it for the left-hander from Herkimer. We're going to take a step aside on the other side of this break. A Dallas Outwieners call to the bullpen. Don't go anywhere. Do you have it? Welcome back to Cantine Field, everybody. Nick Zuppi alongside Evan Zaretsky. We're still in the top of the first inning, and we got a Dallas Outwieners call to the bullpen. Glens Falls has played 2 runs here in the inning without a hit. Starting pitcher Reese Brammer walks 5. And here comes Riley Hofrichter looking to limit the damage in the first.
Coach Martin wastes no time going to the bullpen. Brammer historically has struggled with his location of his pitches, so Coach Martin immediately goes to Riley Hofrichter, making now his 5th appearance of the season. He, along with Brammer, also pitched in the first game. He closed out that first game and first win, an inning with 2 strikeouts, but overall in the season, he's been fantastic. A 3.6 ERA and 11 strikeouts is the standout over 5 innings.
And a guy who's been limiting walks as well, only 4 in 5 innings. So it's a change of pace, right? Going from Brammer to Hofrichter, a guy who has a high walks per 9 to a guy who has a low walks per 9.
Yeah, absolutely. And at this situation where you've already walked 5, the last thing you want to do is walk another batter in. So, definitely a strategical move to go with the guy that you feel most comfortable to throw strikes.
Hofrichter finishing up his warm-up pitches, set to face Billy Barthel with the bases full of Dragons and only 2 outs in the inning. So if Hofrichter can throw a pitch that forces weak contact, the Ponies will be out of the inning. But Evan, still no hits for Glens Falls.
No, and Glens Falls had just 14 hits over the last 3 games. So they're not really going to score on hits very often. So you cannot let them score on anything else, including walks.
First pitch from Hofrichter, line to the netting behind home plate. Hofrichter's got that power fastball.
Yeah, throws it in very, very hard, and that's why his strikeout numbers are so high, because he throws the fastball so often and it comes in hot.
Barthel, the 8th Dragon to come up to the plate. The 0-1. Check swing. DePietro drops it. The appeal to field umpire Sean Connors. Barthel did not go around. 1-1.
Stallions dugout doesn't agree with it. At the first sight, looked like when he was going to back out, his front elbow dropped, and because of that, he may have crossed the plane, but regardless, still 1-1 now.
Hofrichter looking to end the threat, and Barthel looking to extend it in plate 2 with a single to the outfield. The 1-1. Fastball right down the pipe, 1-2. Almost 2 Ks per inning for Hofrichter this season. 1 strike away from putting up number 1 in the first batter he faces in the top of the first. The 1-2. Fouled off. Still 1-2.
Yeah, and he's going to go to that fastball a lot. They've already been seeing it, going to the fastball a lot. Outfield for the Stallions still very shallow. It's got to be a strategical move. This is a Glens Falls team that doesn't have much pop in any of their bats. So if it is a single here, you're trying to limit Diaz on second to score.
Barthel hitting just 162 this summer. The 1-2. Blocked by DePietro behind the plate. 2-2 now. Barthel in the box. 162 batting average. Only 1 RBI. So a single to the outfield can double his total here this summer season in 2026. Hofrichter's ready. The 2-2. Breaking ball just nubbed foul. And Barthel's putting up a fight.
Yeah, and that's a tough ball to nub off foul. Essentially landed in the dirt by the time it crossed home plate. Not an easy one to lay off of.
3 foul balls now with 2 strikes for the right fielder. Was 1 for 3 last night against the Outlaws. The 2-2. Fastball goes to the backstop. Fortuitous bounce for the Ponies, as York has no choice but to stay at third.
That's a very lucky bounce. That because Hofrichter's fastball is so fast, when it comes into the netting, just reflects essentially back to home plate, which is one of the advantages of his fastball here.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases full of Dragons. The runners are going to be on the move with the lift of the leg from Hofrichter. The payoff, again, nubbed foul, this time next to the Dragons' dugout. That's 4 foul balls with 2 strikes. Barthel doing everything he can to pass the baton to Alex Kerr.
Very Stallion-like, fouling off pitches, grit at the plate, refusing to go down.
Who's going to win the battle here early on, Evan? This feels like it's already a pressure pitch, right? Glens Falls can kind of break the game open already in the first, and the Stallions can limit the damage. Already 2-0. The payoff again. Make it 5 foul balls. Barthel will not go down.
You think he's mad that he didn't get the start the last time these two teams played? That's why he's refusing to go down? It might be why.
certainly given head coach Joe Matarazzo a case why he should be in the lineup every game. I mean, Barthel's played in every game but 3 this year, so he's played more than he hasn't. Either way, incredible battle between Hofrichter and Barthel in the top of the first. Again, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners will be on the move with the lift of the leg from Hofrichter. The payoff, swing and a miss, strike 3. Hofrichter wins the war and limits the damage. Stallions come to bat for the first time, trailing 2-0 without allowing. Welcome back to Cantine, everybody. Nick Zuppi alongside Evan Zaretsky. Glens Falls takes an early lead, 2 runs in the top of the first, but Riley Hofrichter comes in and limits the damage.
Hofrichter does a fantastic job coming in there, stops the bleeding, which could have been a lot worse. You really don't want to give Glens Falls a larger lead than 2 in the first inning, especially how the Stallions have been scoring as of late.
Well, speaking of the way the Stallions are going to score tonight, let's take a look at the Pony starting 10 here tonight. Stallions have hit 10 guys in every game but 2, including the 2 matchups against Glens Falls this summer, where the Ponies have only hit 9. So here's the starting 10. It's brought to you by the facility, making good players great at the facility. And a couple changes, couple new guys as well, including Michael Hanna making his Cantine Field debut. Played at Amsterdam last night in the leadoff spot. Aiden Schmidt, Danny Serwick, and Ryan Resio, 2 through 4. Nick Croce, Cooper Schmidt, the DH, and Anthony DePietro making his Stallions debut, the catcher tonight for the Ponies. And then 8, 9, and 10 looks like Mike Cuello, Magnus Krieger, and Michael Lebenson, who is the third baseman tonight. Stallions set to face Tyler Wagand for Glens Falls, the starting pitcher.
Yeah, Wagard has had a struggle so far this season, just making his 3rd appearance, 5 innings. He's allowed 6 earned runs, good for an ERA of over 10.
Right-hander out on the mound, works out of the windup. First pitch to Hanna, nubbed foul, 0-1. Hanna, the rising freshman to Mississippi State. Just graduated from Don Bosco Prep High School in Ramsey, New Jersey. Went 0 for 3 in his Stallions debut last night at the Shuttleworth Park. Takes a fastball, 0-2.
And Hanna tore it up his senior season, hit .516, just 2 home runs, but 20 RBIs. This top-to-bottom lineup, a lot of new faces for the Stallions.
Wagard's 0-2. Grounded over to the right side. Vega slides, keeps it in front, throw to first. Gets Hanna by 2 steps, and there's out number 1 in the bottom of the first.
It's a good off-speed by Wagard. Got Hanna throwing his bat out there, and it's also a very nice play by Vega. Bobbled it for 1 second, but ended up recovering. And Hanna has speed down the line, so.
Aiden Schmidt steps in for the Stallions with 1 out. Playing second base tonight. Takes outside. Schmidt played against Amsterdam last night, was 1 for 2 with a double. His second double of the season last night. Crushes one out in the left center field. Panapinto's on his horse and makes the play on the track. 3 steps in front of the wall. Schmidt gave it a ride, but came up short.
And Schmidt's double last night got Shuttleworth, let's say that, off that. Brought in Wall in right field. This time around, Schmidt hits it very hard, but we've seen Panepinto's speed come into effect for this Glens Falls defense, and a fantastic job running that ball down.
Danny Serwick steps into the lefty batter's box for his first plate appearance. Takes a strike, and Waygard filling up the strike zone early, something that Reese Brammer didn't do in the top half, allowed the Dragons to score 2.
Yeah, and the Stallions really have not walked too often recently, 8 over the last 3 games, so it's something that they have been very aggressive at the plate. They've been getting a lot of strikes, swinging early on in the counts.
Stallions trailed 2-0. This has been a squad that's been dominant at home so far in 2026. 1-2 count on Serwick. Evan, they've won 5 of the first 7, including 2 of those being against the Amsterdam Mohawks.
And since then, dropped 4 consecutive to Amsterdam, but Glens Falls is a team that they've continued to beat.
The 1-2, outside 2-2. But Serwick is a guy, Evan, who just gets on base. It's as simple as that. He has played now 9 games with the Ponies, and he's reached base in every single game but 1. So if it's not with a hit, you know he's going to walk. The 2-2, outside 3-2.
Takes a lot of pitches, and you're seeing it right here. Fouls a lot of balls off. When Serwick had a home run against the Glens Falls on Sunday, that was a 10-pitch at-bat. Loves working counts, loves running the pitch counts up.
His first homer as a Stallion this summer. The payoff, low, ball 4, and there is the walk. Now he's been on base in 9 out of 10 games as a Stallion, and he's tied for the team lead in walks despite missing about a third of the season.
He loves taking pitches, absolutely loves it, finds a way on base. That's why I love the move batting him third tonight, because this guy just constantly gets on base.
Here's another guy who takes a lot of pitches. Ryan Resio steps in, the corner infielder from Richmond. Takes inside 1-0. Resio familiar with Cantine. Played with the Stallions in 2024. 32 games played. This year so far in 2026, 5 games played. Has knocked in 2 runs over those 5. Crushes one down the left field line. Fair. Serwick hits second, going for third. Resio hits first, goes for second. And the 2 stop there. It's a stand-up double for Ryan Resio. His first of the summer, and now the Ponies have 2 on and 2 out.
That definitely felt good for Ryan Resio. Was hitless for 2 consecutive games. Now gets a double, and Nick Croce, who has been pretty hot as of late, has an opportunity to give the Stallions the lead.
Croce has had 2 homers over the last 3 games, both of those coming at Shuttleworth Park. Stallions have played Amsterdam 3 times this week and have dropped all 3. Waygard works out of the windup with 2 in scoring position for Croce. First pitch, taken for a strike. Croce's the lone Stallion so far this summer with multiple long balls. Cooper, Schmidt, Jack Bile, Serwick, and Krieger are the other 4 Stallions with a homer. The 0-1, high fly ball out in the right field. Barthel's there and makes the play 3 steps in front of the track to retire the side. Tyler Waygard puts up a 0 in the bottom half, and the Stallions trail 2-0 at the end of 1. Top of the second inning, Stallions trail the Glens Falls Dragons 2-0 right here from Cantine Field. Nick Zuppi bringing you the action alongside Evan Zaretsky right here on the Stallions YouTube network. Riley Hofrichter in, set to face his second batter after coming in with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the first.
And Barthel put up a fight against Hofrichter. Was tough to get him out, but later in the at-bat with the full count, was expecting the fastball. Hofrichter to run with the off-speed and escapes the bases loaded jam.
Glens Falls plates 2 in the top half without notching a hit. 5 walks in the inning from starter Reese Brammer. First pitch to Alex Kerr goes to the backstop. 9, 10, and 1 due up for the Dragons in the top of the second. But Evan, going to the bottom half, Stallions leave 2 in scoring position after the double from Resio.
And it's something the Stallions have been working on over these past 2 games, is capitalizing specifically with the runners in scoring position. The struggling Glens Falls pitching staff, those are the opportunities with specifically at the top of the lineup that you got to cash in on.
Serwick walked, Resio doubled, and then Nick Crosey flew out to right to end the threat. The 1-1. Nubbed foul, 1-2. Hofrichter struck out Barthel swinging to end the first. His 12th punch out of the season in just 5 1/3 innings.
I mentioned it, big strikeout guy. He loves his fastball. That is really his go-to pitch, even on 2 strike counts, but changes it in the off-speed, and big difference in the speed and the velocity between those 2 pitches.
The 1-2. Swung on and missed. 4 strike 3, and there's the second K in as many hitters for Hofrichter.
Second time he's gone with the off-speed, and the second time the Glens Falls batters have just looked lost at the plate when the off-speed comes in. They're sitting on the fastball when the 1-2 comes in, and Hofrichter continues to go with the off-speed.
Giorgio Panepinto steps in, the center fielder for Glens Falls tonight. Rounds out the lineup, hitting 10th. 1 out, nobody on. Squares the bunt, pulls it back with the fastball going upstairs. 1-0. Panepinto was in the lineup against the Stallions 3 days ago right here at Cantine. Panepinto hitting the 2-hole, but was 0 for 3 with 2 punch-outs. Gets dropped to 10th here tonight.
Yeah, and it's a lot of new batters for Glens Falls that weren't in the lineup for the last game, and obviously you have the new shortstop, Shane Hoover. Jack Plopper batted last, now moves all the way up, so just a change of scenery for this Dragons lineup.
Allows guys to see different pitches as well, right? Sometimes when you hit 10th, you get more fastballs. Sometimes when you hit second, you get more breaking balls, and maybe vice versa. But Panepinto now ahead in the count, 2-0. Takes a strike, 2-1. All told this season, the center fielder has been a mainstay in the lineup. He's played every single game but 1 for Glens Falls, 17 out of 18, and is hitting the Mendoza line, 200 batting average. The 2-1, lined over to short, to Hopper. Crosey picks it up, throws to first in time for out number 2.
The defense has looked good tonight compared to last night. Just had 4 errors and beautiful defense so far with the pop-ups, and Crosey fields that ball. Nick, last night, a lot of routine plays that should have been made, and Amsterdam capitalized.
An uncharacteristic defensive performance for the Stallions. A season-high 4 errors. The previous season high was 2, so you double your season high in errors. This is a team that prior to last night's matchup against Amsterdam made the second fewest errors in the league, so uncharacteristic is a word I would use to describe last night's performance. So far, none. Through an inning and 2/3 on defense. And the top of the order rolls around for Glens Falls. Rene Vega hits in an 0-1 count. Flew out to left his first time up. Also flips around to the lefty batter's box. Takes outside 1-1. Vega hit in the righty batter's box with the southpaw Brammer on the mound in the first, and now has to flip around with Hofrichter, their big right-hander, toeing the slab for the Ponies. The 1-1. Outside 2-1.
Good to have that versatility in the lineup. The Stallions themselves have a lot of switch hitters. Steven Ramirez, for example. Chance Sobry, who was here earlier in the season, switch hitter. And now Glens Falls, Rene Vega, the leadoff hitter, also batting for both sides of the plate.
The 2-1. Way upstairs, 3-1. Richter smiles after that one. But Vega is a guy who's ascended in this Dragons lineup, Evan. When the Stallions and Glens Falls played each other the first 2 times this summer, he was in the 10 spot. Now in the last 2 matchups, both this week, he's in the leadoff spot.
Because he's putting together good at-bats, he's hitting nearly 270 with 6 RBIs, so he's been a consistent guy in the lineup.
The 3-1, line off the glove of Levinson. Grossi picks it up and eats it. So it's a 2-out single for Vega.
Hard hit ball by Vega. Tough play for Levinson to make. Hits off the rim of his glove. And with Vega speed, Grossi, who picked that ball up, was never going to get him in time.
Levinson starting at third base for the first time in the last 3 games. Last time he played was when the Stallions fell 6-5 to the Amsterdam Mohawks back on June the 20th, 4 days ago. Ponies really haven't been in action that much over the last week. Jack Ploppert steps in, grounds it over to second. Schmidt fields, goes to first in time for out number 3. A 2-out single amounts to nothing, and Riley Hofrichter puts up a 0 in the top half. We're going to the bottom half, 2-0 Glens Falls. Bottom of the second inning from Cantine Field. Nick Zuppi alongside Evan Zaretsky right here in the Pack Hub broadcast booth. Stallions coming to bat for the second time after Riley Hofrichter puts up a 0 in the top half.
Yeah, and this is the part where the Stallions try to string something together. The pitching had a rocky first inning. I wouldn't expect that from here on out.
Cooper Schmidt leads off the bottom of the second. Takes upstairs 1-0 against Glens Falls starter Tyler Wagard from Barton College. Schmidt has been the Stallions' best hitter so far in 2026. He leads the team in average at .484, and then he also leads the team in RBIs with 16.
And slugging .710, which is nearly 100 points higher than the second highest on the team, and 16 RBIs, first by a long shot as well.
Heading the count 2-0. Now still in a good hitter's count, 2 balls and 1 strike after the four-seam fastball clips the lower portion of the zone. Schmidt had an RBI last night up at Shuttleworth Park, 0 for 2, with the RBI coming on a fielder's choice to the second baseman. The 2-1, grounded over to first, flip over to the pitcher covering, and that's the first out here in the bottom of the second.
Hard hit ball by Schmidt, but right to the first baseman, Worth. Not much you can do about that. This is a Stallions team, Nick, where the bottom of the lineup specifically, we've seen is a lot of the time the reason the Stallions end up winning games. And you see it again right here now at the bottom of the lineup, trying to keep manufacturing.
Anthony DiPietro steps in for his first plate appearance as a Stallion this summer. Doing the catching tonight for the Stallions. Hailing from Staten Island, New York. The 1-0, 2-0. DiPietro just wrapped up his true freshman season at Pace. Evan, he absolutely crushed it. Was the NE10 Rookie of the Year and a second-team selection.
It's because he hit 388, 4 home runs, and added 36 RBIs. To come on like that your freshman year and have that much of an impact is something special. And we talked to him a little bit earlier before the game. He's more than thrilled to be here for the Ponies.
Way ahead in the count, 3-0. Now 3-1, but this is a guy, Evan, who really can make a strength even stronger. The Stallions have got great production in terms of hitting from their backstops. Cooper Schmidt has been arguably the Stallions' best hitter, and then Drew Freeman belts his first homer last night against the Amsterdam Mohawks.
Yeah, Freeman gets that monkey off his back. He's been hitting into a lot of hard outs, but puts one over the left center field fence at Shuttleworth, and you know that felt good for him.
From 3-0 to 3-2. The payoff from Waygard in the dirt, ball 4, and DiPietro's on base for the first time as a Stallion in his lone plate appearance here tonight.
Nice at-bat by DiPietro. Started ahead in the count, 3-0, works his way back, Waygard, and then DiPietro ultimately takes ball 4 low in the zone. Fantastic at-bat for the catcher.
Mike Cuello steps in for his first plate appearance really in a while. You have to go back almost 2 full weeks, almost 3 even, to the last time he stepped into the batter's box. First pitch to Cuello, taken for a strike. This is a guy who has come to the Stallions this summer with the hopes of really establishing himself out on the mound. So far as a hitter, 0 for 6, but last time he hit was actually against Glens Falls at East Field on June 8th.
It's been a while. June 8th, a very long time. Now 2 matchups ago. Nice to see him get back in the lineup. He was supposed to be in the lineup when he got the start about a week ago, but ended up coming out of the game with an injury. Much better now, so he got pinch hit for. So nice to see him back fully healthy.
Now in a 1-1 count, and Cuello is still relatively new to the Stallions this summer. Has only made 2 appearances on the mound, and now just playing as a hitter for the 3rd time this summer. The 1-1. Taken for a strike 1-2, and our sideline reporter, Alex Chemnitzer, caught up with our Stallions owner, Kevin Hinchy, about how they recruit new players and the influx of players coming in and out.
Yeah, Nick, I got to speak with Mr. Kevin Hinchy, amazing guy. Gave me a lot of insight into the philosophy and the culture that he's looking for with these Stallions. He said that it is a rotating cast of characters in this league. It's different overnight. You don't know what to expect as DiPietro gets in there for his first stolen bases opponent. But Mr. Hinchy just told me that every team is getting better every single day. And he said, I'm constantly on the phone looking for people who want to have that Ponies culture, who want to play through an injury or who want to be tough, just want to step up, do the best they can. It's not as much as what they're putting out on the field. It's what they're putting out in the locker room day in and day out, just having a steady mindset.
And we saw that last year with the 2025 championship team. The team chemistry was just unbelievable, especially down the stretch. High fly ball from Cuello into left field. Barmer's got a read on it. One step in front of the track, makes the play. DiPietro stays put at second. And now there's 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. But, Alex, it's that team chemistry, right? Ultimately, when teams get hot, it's a lot of fun to be around each other, and especially when you're winning.
Yeah, exactly, Nick. And I asked him about the start of this season and the similarities he might have found between last year, like you allude to with that championship squad. And he said that it's all about playoffs. It's all about developing that team chemistry throughout the regular season and getting to the postseason when you're at your top form. So again, continuing that theme of it's a long season. Let's just keep going, get there one game at a time.
Ponies only playing game number 17 of a scheduled 43 here in the summer of 2026, with Magnus Krieger stepping in. Takes outside 1-0. Krieger, a guy who was not in the lineup last night at Shuttleworth Park. The last time he played was against the Dragons in the Stallions' most recent home game. Roped a double off the left field wall, inches away from his first homer.
Inches. He said it exactly, right off of the Sawyer Motor Savings Bank out in left field. Definitely has the possibility to put one out.
Grounds one to the left side of the infield, goes into the outfield for a base hit. DePietro hits third and scores standing up, and Magnus Krieger cuts the deficit in half with an RBI single through the left side of the infield. 2-1 in favor of the Dragons.
Krieger is getting hot at the right times. Now second game with a hit. And that was a tough play for the shortstop Hoover to make, and with Krieger's speed, never getting him.
It's now an RBI in 2 out of the last 3 games for Krieger. And a knock in the last 2 as well. Leads away from first base, with the score now being 2-1 in favor of Glens Falls. Mike Levinson steps in for his first plate appearance, hitting 10th tonight. Stallions played a run with 2 outs. That can swing a game.
And that's something that we've been looking to see more out of the Stallions, the 2-out manufacturing of hits and runs. Amsterdam is a team that comes to mind that we've seen firsthand against the Stallions do that so well, producing runs with 2 outs.
Krieger, not that big of a stolen base threat, leads away from first. Stallions love to run. And he goes from first. Pitch is a called strike. The throw down's a good one, but it's late. Krieger swipes second, and now the tying run here in the bottom of the second's in scoring position with 2 out.
Krieger immediately had the jump, saw him getting a little jumpy over at first before the pitch was even thrown. And Weigard, the pitcher for Glens Falls, has a very slow motion when he goes for the pitches, so I expect the Stallions to take full advantage of that tonight.
Just Krieger's second stolen base this summer, playing in his 13th game as a Stallion. 1 ball, 1 strike. Weigard checks on Krieger at second. The 1-1, outside 2-1. Top of the order looming on deck with Michael Hanna in the on-deck circle. And then if it gets to another guy, Aiden Schmidt hits behind Hanna. Only 1 hit for Glens Falls, 2 for the Ponies, despite the run score being reversed. Levinson takes inside 3-1.
And you mentioned it. It's 5 walks so far for the Stallions, and that's how they plated their runs. It's the pass balls. It's the wild pitches. The Stallions haven't seen that so far. Only 2 walks when they're on the offensive end, but Glens Falls has taken full advantage of it.
Good hitters count for the RPI product. The 3-1 from Weigard. Spiked in the dirt, ball 4, and Levinson takes first on the base on balls.
Well, make that 3 walks now for Stallions batters, and this is the perfect timing. Levinson, as the 10 hitter, is really the guy you want because he does get on base a lot and now flips the lineup to the top, almost a double leadoff hitter.
The leadoff hitter is Michael Hanna, hitting for the second time in as many innings here tonight. Back in the first inning, a ground ball to second base. 0 for 4 start in his Stallion tenure, went 0 for 3 last night against the Amsterdam Mohawks, but hit .515 this past spring for Don Bosco Prep High School. Rising freshman to Mississippi State, playing in the SEC next spring. First pitch from Weigard in the dirt, 1-0.
Expect a lot of patience now. Second walk of the inning issued to Levinson, and a little bit of control issues now for Tyler Weigard.
3 walks for Weigard through the first time through the lineup. Krieger leads away from second. Levinson away from first with 1 already in. Here in the bottom of the second, Anthony DePietro comes around to score on an RBI single from Krieger. The 1-0, Outside 2-0.
Hannah is going to do a nice job taking pitches. We even saw it last night, went 0 for 3, but worked a lot of good counts in each of his at-bats.
Stallions have gotten juice in the lineup from incoming freshmen to college before. Take last year for an example. Jamie Z and Dylan Passo were mainstays in the Stallion lineup. The two rising freshmen to Notre Dame, Evan, crushed it all summer long.
Well, someone from the Little League field just crushed one onto the field. By the stoppage of play, the right fielder Barthel throws that one out.
2 balls, no strikes. The pitch, blooped foul down the left field line. Still good hitters count, 2-1 for Hannah. This is a guy who has one of the best high school resumes out there, a 2-time state champion, 3-time county champion. Broke his high school hits record and also tied a single county tournament hits record. The 2-1, taken inside 3-1.
That's a really nice take by Hannah. That ball was started and then went inside Hannah immediately. You saw with the check swing, but early enough to see that and hold it back.
Favorable count. 2 on, 2 out. 3-1 from Wegard. Lined out into right field. Diving play from Barthel for the 3rd out of the inning. Hannah has to wait for that first hit and potentially the first RBI as well, but the Stallions cut the lead in half. 2-1 going to the 3rd. Welcome back to Cantine, everyone. Stallions cut the lead in half. 2-1 score going to the top of the 3rd. 3-4-5 due up for Glens Falls against Riley Hoffrichter. Tyler Worth, the leadoff man. Takes up 1-0. Evan, Stallions scored a run thanks to Magnus Krieger.
Yeah, Krieger, fantastic single right past the diving Hoover at shortstop, and he's starting to heat up.
An RBI in 2 of the last 3 games, and now he has a hit in the last 2 games as well. The right fielder from Seton Hall starting to find a rhythm a little bit this summer for the Ponies. But a guy who's found the rhythm all summer long is Tyler Worth in the batter's box. This is a guy who has arguably been carrying this Glens Falls lineup. Leads the team in batting average with .408. The next closest guy is just about 40 points lower than him.
20 hits. It's more than double the second highest number on the team, nearly double. Worth has just been fantastic. He's played in 15 games for this Glens Falls team, and he's very consistent up there in the batter's box.
Walked and scored back in the first inning against starting pitcher Reese Brammer. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Hoffrichter K's another, and there's one out in the third.
Already his third strikeout of the night. Just loving his fastball. But, Nick, I have to mention, look how this is the most shallow we've ever seen the Stallions outfield play. Very, very shallow.
For David York, the extra hitter for the Dragons here tonight. York walked back in the first inning and scored as well. Glens Falls scored 2 runs in the first after 5 walks. Hoffrichter comes in, faces one hitter, strikes him out. Dragons leave him loaded, and Hoffrichter puts up another 0 last inning. Now working in a 1-1 count with only 1 out in the top of the third.
It's what he does best. He works ahead in the counts. It's how he's getting a lot of his strikeouts, soft force contact on ground balls.
Two and 1 to York.
I already had this arranged for the end of the 5th inning. It's all done.
York is another guy who has been a key cog in this Glens Falls lineup, tied for the team lead in RBIs with 11. Takes outside 3 and 1. But Hoffrichter has yet to walk a batter here tonight.
Yeah, and his control is very, very good, and that's what makes him special. Just 4 walks this inning, or excuse me, so far in his season. So nice control.
And there is walk number 1, a 5-pitch base on balls to York. Make it the 6th time that a Stallion pitcher has walked a Dragon here tonight. And, Evan, the Stallions pitching staff as a whole has only issued fewer walks than an opponent in 4 of the 16 games this summer.
A lot of the Stallion pitching issues aren't from the hits allowed. 247 opposing batting average, 5th best in the entire league. It's the walks that they're issuing and the free bases that they're giving away.
5th lowest opponent batting average so far this summer as Caden Barmer squares the bunt and pulls it back. Opponents are hitting just about 245 off the Stallions this summer, which is still a very good mark. The 0-1 to Barmer, up and away, 1-1.
Barmer has been fantastic at the plate, has struggled earlier in the season, but coming off of arguably his best game of the season, 1 for 1, got on base another 2 times by walk.
And scored 2 runs as well. Takes low, 2 and 1. Flew out to the second baseman Schmidt back in the first inning when the bases were loaded and only 1 out. Two flyouts, a ground out, and 3 strikeouts are how Stallions pitchers have gotten the outs tonight. 2-1, blocked by DePietro behind the plate. York stays put at first, 3-1.
Barmer has a huge gap to hit out to out in right center field, with center fielder Hanna playing a little bit to his right. So we'll see if he takes advantage of that. And another ball goes on the field.
Is Barry Bonds playing on that field over there, or
Babe Ruth?
somebody, whoever it is, man?
Whatever that kid is, let's get him a Stallions
Yeah, I
contract.
agree. Let's get that person a Stallions uniform, and maybe that'll translate and hit over into their field. Three and 1 count with only 1 out. Make it back-to-back walks for Hoffrichter, and there is a runner on first and a runner on second in the top of the third with 1 out for Derek Diaz.
2 arms stretching out in the Stallions bullpen. You had a feeling very short leashes tonight, especially after the blowout against Amsterdam.
Hofrichter misses 1-0. It's now 9 out of the last 11 pitches have missed the zone for the right-hander. 1-0. Grounded over through the left side of the infield, base hit. Glens Falls plays station to station. York stops at third, and for the second time already here tonight, the Dragons have the bases loaded.
And this is why you have the outfield playing very in, because you know Glens Falls is most likely not going to put it over your head. And when you're playing in like that, that allows just for station to station rather than an RBI single. Serwick gets that one in pretty quickly.
Diaz now has been on base in both plate appearances here tonight. A walk and that single sets the table for Shane Hoover. The rising freshman of Seton Hall this upcoming college season. Takes low 1-0. Hoover walked in a run back in the first inning. Picked up his first RBI thanks to a bases loaded walk. Playing in his first game in the PGCBL for the Glens Falls Dragons. Takes a strike, 1-1.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of players this season with Seton Hall. Magnus Krieger, we teammates with him up at Seton Hall this upcoming season. Aiden Dill of Amsterdam. Seton Hall is very, very popular in the PGCBL.
Spiked in the dirt, goes all the way to the netting behind home plate. York scores, and just like that, it's 3-1 in favor of Glens Falls.
Backstop couldn't save the Stallions there. Saved it a little earlier on in the game, but with Hofrichter's speed and the ball bounced very, very early before the plate. He was going to score on that one.
DePietro almost had no chance to block that four-seam fastball. Hofrichter throws very hard. Ball bounced about an inch or two behind the plate. And Glens Falls plates a run. 3-1, top three. The 2-1, 3-1.
We'll see how much longer Hofrichter goes. Now you have an arm warming up in the pen for the Stallions. Looks like Brendan Rusnak
warming up for the Stallions. Hofrichter's the second pitcher here tonight for the Ponies. The 3-1. Misses up, ball 4. And now the bases are loaded again for Billy Barthel.
8th walk of the night for the Stallions pitching staff through now just 3 innings of work. Catcher Anthony DePietro is going to go out to the mound. Nick, the walks really have bit the Stallions a lot this season.
Yes, they have, and it's an issue that has really only made their lives more difficult out on the mound, right? When you'll take a deep dive into the numbers, you see that the Stallions have an ERA that's middle of the pack, 8th out of 16. But when you have an opponent batting average that's in the top 5, the two aren't translating simply because of the walks. But Billy Barthel now gets to hit with the bases loaded for the second time against Riley Hofrichter. First pitch popped out of play, foul, 0-1. Hofrichter now has gone through the lineup one full time. The first batter he faced was Billy Barthel back in the first inning. He struck him out swinging with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Looking to do so once more. The 0-1. High pop-up, shallow right side. Krieger, the right fielder, camped underneath it. Barmer's ready to tag. The throw home from Krieger is a great one, and Barmer has no choice but to put the brakes on. And now there's 2 outs.
Krieger has a bullet out there in right field, and Barmer initially was pretty confident on tagging. May have just wanted to force the throw, but productive out for Hofrichter.
2 outs, and the bases are still full of Dragons. But before Alex Kerr steps in, it looks like we're going to have a Dallas Hot Wieners call to the bullpen. Stallions skipper, head coach Colin Martin, on his way to the mound. And it appears Brendan Rusnak will be the next pitcher for the Stallions when we come back in a 3-1 game. Welcome back to Cantine, everybody. It's a Dallas All-Wieners call to the bullpen. Brendan Rusnak comes in for Riley Hoffrichter. And in the top of the third, with the bases full of Dragons and 2 outs, it's time for a hot dog review since it's free hot dog night here at Cantine Field. And it's time to dig in.
Good hot dog.
Solid.
Nice, smoky. That's the biggest thing.
Solid.
Nice flavor,
Bash,
too.
Keegan, and Spada sponsored
Thank you.
free hot dog
Very
night.
good.
Thank you guys very much. Very fitting with the Dallas Hot Wieners call to the bullpen for the
This is a great hot
Stallions.
dog.
And this is a fantastic hot dog.
Let's rate it out of 10. I'm gonna give it.
I'm thinking a solid 9, guys.
I'll give it an 8.9.
I was going to go 8.5.
8.9. So what is our average? Like 8.8 about?
Roughly,
Great.
8.8.
Great review. Great hot dog.
Great hot dog, yeah. Bash, Keegan, and Spada. Shout out. Thank you guys for the free hot dogs at Cantine. It's not too late, everyone, wherever you may be watching. Take the trip over to Cantine and get yourself a free hot dog and watch the Stallions play some baseball. Currently in a bases-loaded jam for Rusnak against Alex Kerr, the third baseman for Glens Falls. First pitch, grounded in play over to short. Crosey fields the high hop, flips to Schmidt in time for the third out of the inning. One pitch from Rusnak is all he needed. 3-1 score going to the bottom half of the third. Bottom of the third inning, Stallions coming to bat with the middle of the lineup due up. 2-3-4, Aiden Schmidt, Danny Surwick, and Ryan Resio in a 3-1 game.
This is the spot where really need to add some runs and try to take the lead or tie up the game. 2-3-4 up. No one else better than this part of the lineup.
In the top half, Glens Falls leaves them loaded for the second time tonight. Schmidt crushes one to center field. Panapinto comes in on it and makes the play. 1 pitch, 1 out. And just like the top half of the third inning, 1 pitch, 1 out for new pitcher Brendan Rusnak comes in with the bases loaded and 2 outs and does the job.
Does his job, yeah. Gets a hard ground ball. That one almost was worried a little it was going to eat up Crosey, but nice job stepping back on it and makes the play anyways. So Stallions only 1 run allowed, but try to attack here on the offensive end.
Danny Surwick steps in for his second plate appearance tonight. Takes up. He walked back in the first. He's been on base now in 9 out of 10 games as a Stallion this summer. Also tied for the team lead in walks. Ahead in the count 2-0.
You can see why he's leading the team in walks. Fantastic discipline at the plate. Doesn't even second question on check swings for the pitchers anyways.
The 2-0. Fastball clips the inside corner, 2-1. Glens Falls starting pitcher Tyler Waygard tonight, Evan. He's been pretty consistent in terms of throwing strikes. That's been the Stallions' biggest issue so far here tonight. But Waygard has only 3 walks tonight, and he's got some big outs when he needed them.
He's done exactly what Glens Falls needed him to do, get them some quality innings, throw strikes, and his control hasn't been awful. It's been solid, and has allowed just 2 hits and 1 run, so solid start for Waygard.
The right-hander from Barton College. Down in the count, 3-1. Surwick takes outside, ball 4, and it's so nice he does it twice. 2 walks for Surwick here tonight.
Even from up here, it looked like that ball could have been a strike, but Surwick's eye is just fantastic and takes the off-speed pitch on the outside of the plate, and the second walk of the night.
Ryan Rescio steps in after a double his first time up down the left field line off Waygard. 1 of 2 hits for the Stallions. The other is a Magnus Krieger RBI single through the left side of the infield. First pitch to Rescio, taken for a strike. Big hole to hit to on the right side of the infield for the Richmond product. Vega, the second baseman, shaded all the way to the bag in preparation for the double play. The 0-1, high pop-up foul, 0-2.
And Surwick doesn't have too much speed on first, and neither does Rescio at the plate. So it's crucial here, especially with a lot of grass in the outfield, and there aren't too many shifts out there in left, center, and right, that Surwick gets a great jump, and Rescio can line a ball out.
Surwick dives back safely. He's not the biggest stolen base threat either for the Stallions, but overall, this is a team that loves to run. 5th most stolen bases this summer, but also the most caught stealings as well. Surwick has been nabbed before this summer. As a matter of fact, twice. The 0-2 from Waygard. Misses outside 1-2.
Rescio has a great eye. We've seen it many times. Walked against Amsterdam last night. And at this point, with this part of the lineup up, it's the pass the baton method that you need to continue capitalizing on.
One ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Surwick goes from first. The pitch fouled off Rescio himself, so the count remains 1-2.
Interesting, Surwick goes off there. Not the biggest steal guy, but again, got a great jump, and if you're getting a great jump, you don't need to be the fastest guy in the bases.
Surwick 0 for 2 on stolen base attempts this summer, looking for his first as a Stallion. Boston College product leads away from first, as the Barton College product checks on him at first. Stallions don't have a stolen base yet tonight. Rather, Anthony DiPietro has a stolen base. That came last inning in the second. Sun's starting to set at Cantine Field about an hour and 20 or so minutes after first pitch. The 1-2. Outside 2-2.
Waygard is missing constantly in the same spots. He's missing outside, and Frank Parker keeps a very tight zone and very consistent zone, which helps out the Stallions hitters right now.
Stallions trying to get back into the game, down 3-1 in the bottom of the third. The pitch just gets enough of it is Rescio off the glove of Diaz, the catcher for Glens Falls, and this is a guy who really swings for the fences, did so right there.
Hard swing, and he's a power hitter. 18 of his 31 hits this past season at Richmond went for extra bases. 9 of those were home runs, so he's going to swing with power and a hard line drive swing.
Picked up his first double as a Stallion back in the first inning off of Waygard. Trying to win the battle here in the third is Rescio. The 2-2 in the dirt, 3-2. Diaz keeps it in front. Surwick stays at first.
I think Surwick could definitely be on the run here with the 3-2, especially if he gets a good jump. Went on the 1-2 count earlier. Now with 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Brescio puts a ball in play to the outfielder. Surwick's on the move. Maybe scores a run.
Definitely could happen. Stallions have done that before this season. Used the hit and run to their advantage. Full count, 1 out. Surwick doesn't run. The payoff. Crushed out in the left center field. Panapinto's got a read on it. Makes the play 2 steps in front of the track. Throws it back into second base, and now there's 2 dead in the third.
A lot of flyouts tonight for the Stallions. That's now the 5th flyout. Rather, 6th flyout in just the 3rd inning.
Nick Crosey steps in with 2 outs and Surwick over at first. Waygard has yet to pick up a strikeout here tonight, so every single plate appearance has either resulted in a walk or a ball put in play. Crosey put one in play his first time up, a fly out to right field. Surwick runs from first, pitches upstairs. Diaz's throw down is a little bit offline, and Surwick swipes second with 2 outs.
Good jump by Surwick, but lucky there, Diaz's throw that pulled Vega off to the opposite side. If that throw's on line, may have nabbed Surwick, but now if you're the Stallions runner in scoring position, Nick Crosey has been hot, and he's the guy you want up right now.
Crosey has 2 homers over the last 3 games for the Stallions, both coming against the Amsterdam Mohawks. The only player on the Stallions team with multiple long balls to this point. The 1-0. Fastball clips the corner, 1-1.
Waygard has off speed has been his go-to so far tonight, and he's using it very, very well, confusing a lot of the Stallions hitters at the plate who are sitting, for the most part, fastball.
Danny Surwick on second. The 1-1 offering. Crosey takes it outside, 2-1. Both teams have 2 hits so far here in the early going. This is an aspect of the matchups that have been in the favor of the Stallions significantly. The hits totals are 30 for the Ponies and 12 for Glens Falls through the first 4 matchups. Crosey pops up the 2-1 pitch, foul. Worth gives it a look, and it lands in the first row along the first baseline.
Worth was just staring at the ball and didn't even realize that the fence was right there. Ribbed directly into the fencing. That does not feel good.
No, it does not. Have you ever run into an outfield or infield wall before? I have.
I've ran into an outfield wall. It
it's
hurts.
not. Yeah, it's not a good feeling by any means. Worth seems to be okay over at first. And Crosey gets another life. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Surwick on second after he walked and stole second base. Waygard looking to put up another 0 here in the third. The 2-2. Crosey stays alive.
Again, Crosey, another guy who works his at-bats very, very well. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. If he can find one in the gap here. The outfield, who has been playing a little shallow for Glens Falls all night, has moved back for Crosey, who has pop at the plate.
And he also has a lot of room to hit on the right side of the field. The right fielder, Barthel, shaded almost into the gap, and Vega, the second baseman, holding on Surwick at second. Nubs it foul. 3 consecutive foul balls from Crosey, and Waygard is smiling as Crosey, I think, hit that one with the end of his bat.
Yeah, it hit at the end on the circular part. That's the second time tonight we've seen the Stallions nub a ball off that landed foul.
Staying alive is Nick Crosey. Looking to plate home another run, which would make it 3-2 and pick up his 7th RBI this summer. The 2-2. Fastball misses away. Count runs full. Good at bat from Croce. We've seen this before, Evan, especially from the guy on second, Danny Serwick. Down in the count, fight your way back, and then ultimately get the pitch to drive later in the AB.
That's what he's looking for, and Croce's not going to give in to any pitch he doesn't like right now, especially with his approach that he has had up at the plate.
Waygard set. The payoff. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Croce goes down swinging. Serwick is stranded on second, and the Ponies don't score in the third inning. Going to the fourth, it's still 3-1.
Top of the fourth at Cantine Field. Stallions trail the Glens Falls Dragons 3-1. Glens Falls puts up 2 in the first and adds another back in the third. Brandon Rusnak on the mound for the Stallions. Came in relief of Riley Hofferter. Gets out of a bases-loaded jam. Gets Alex Kerr to ground out. Now faces Giorgio Panepinto, the 10-hitter, to start things off. Rusnak gets the sign. The first pitch. Panepinto goes to lay a bunt, pulls back. Ball misses low. 1-0. Brendan Rusnak faced Alex Kerr, who grounded out to shortstop to leave the bases loaded. Now Glens Falls has left 7 runners on so far up to this point. Rusnak's 1-0. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. 1-1. Stallions outfield have been playing shallow the entire night and have continued that trend from top to bottom of the lineup. The 1-1. Panepinto grounds it up the middle, past Aiden Schmidt at second, and it rolls to the outfield for a leadoff single by Giorgio Panepinto.
Sets the table nicely with the top of the order rolling around, Evan. That's exactly what Glens Falls wanted. It's just the first time all game that they've had the leadoff runner on.
Rene Vega steps up to the plate for the Dragons. He's 1 for 2 so far tonight. Had the first hit of the night for Glens Falls. That came back in the second inning. Rusnak takes a look over at Panepinto at first. Deals home. Vega goes to lay down a bunt, fouled back into the netting. 0-1. Rene Vega entering tonight's game. .267 average on the season. 6 RBIs. 8 hits across 30 at-bats. Stallions middle infield straightaway. Corner infielder Michael Levinson is pulled even with the bag at third. Panepinto takes his lead off first. Rusnak's hands at the belt and deals. Bounces past DiPietro behind the plate, so Panapinto advances to second. Now another opportunity, Nick, with no outs and a runner in scoring position for the Dragons.
Glens Falls has left a runner in scoring position in each of the first 3 innings so far, with 2 of those being the bases loaded. So the Stallions are almost lucky that it's 3-1 right now.
3-1, top of the 4th. Stallions trying to keep the lead to just 2 for the Dragons. Rusnak takes a look back at second. The 1-1. Vega chops that ball to Croce. Backhand goes to third. Levinson with the tag, and he gets him. A smart play by the veteran shortstop Nick Croce to get the go-ahead runner Panapinto at third.
Heads-up play. Panapinto runs right in front of him. You can't do that if you're Panapinto. The ball's right in front of you, and head coach Joe Matarazzo, who's also the third base coach, is just shaking his head over there at the center fielder of Glens Falls.
1 out. Now, Rene Vega stands on first. Jack Ploppert up to the plate. The first pitch. Vega thinking about going. Doesn't go. Ball misses inside. 1-0. Ploppert so far tonight. A walk back in the first. He was the first run to score for the Dragons. And then grounded out to Aiden Schmidt over at second in the second. Rusnak's 1-0. Called for a strike down the plate. 1-1. Jack Ploppert, the last time he played for the Dragons was last night against Odeonta. Went 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Batted in the 10th spot on Sunday night against the Stallions. Now has jumped up to the 2-hole. The 1-1. Misses outside. 2-1.
And they're relying on this guy to provide the Dragons with a little bit of pop, right? There's a reason why he got moved up, because he's had consistent at-bats ever since becoming a member of the Dragons, and they need that pop.
Rusnak gets the sign. The 2-1. Chopped away foul over the first base dugout. Count goes to 2-2. Vega getting very jumpy over at first.
It's something he's always done ever since growing up. Loves to start and then stop, really get into the catcher and pitcher's head out on the mound. And Rusnak's got to keep an eye on him. And sometimes that distraction can lead to success in the box for the hitter.
Rusnak deals. Fouled again over the first base dugout. Count stays. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Vega very jumpy over at first with just 1 out. Stallions trail 3-1 in the top of the 4th. Rusnak working from the stretch. The 2-2. High popped foul. Rescio chases after it on the first base line. Lands in the stands. Count stays 2-2. Nick, we talk about a lot of aggressive at-bats working the counts for the Stallions, but you could say the same for the Dragons tonight.
Neither side wants to go down easy, but Evan, Glens Falls needs to find something on offense, whether it's a hit, whether it's a hit for power, something hard put in play to really open up this game a little bit.
Rusnak's 2-2. Misses high and inside. Almost clocks Ploppert in the front shoulder. Count moves to 3 balls, 2 strikes. Stallions down 3-1 in the top of the 4th. Large crowd here tonight at Cantine for the quiche and baggin' night. Rusnak's payoff. Vega's on the move. Ball bounces low. Doesn't matter. Ball 4 anyways. And now, Nick, runners on first and second for the Dragons with still just 1 out.
And arguably the best hitter for Dragons coming up. Tyler Worth leads the team in average, leads the team in RBIs. So not the ideal spot for Rusnak.
Jack Ploppert stands on first. Rene Vega on second. Tyler Worth steps up to the plate for his 3rd at-bat. Rusnak takes a look at second, deals home. Strike called right down the plate, 0-1. Tyler Worth tonight walked back in the first, struck out swinging to lead off the 3rd inning. He's 0 for 1. Rusnak hands at the belt, deals home. Worth lines that ball up the middle for a base hit. Vega gets the windmill, instead holds at third, slips on his way rounding the base. So it's a station-to-station single for Tyler Worth. And now the Dragons have the bases loaded with 1 out.
Worth's now been on base in 2 out of 3 plate appearances, but this is the 3rd time in now 4 innings on offense that Glens Falls has had the bases loaded. It's only a matter of time before they strike.
Well, David York is going to try to strike with just 1 out. All ducks are on the pond for the Dragons. Outfield very shallow. Rusnak's first deal. Swung on and missed. 0-1. York has walked twice tonight. Didn't score on his first walk, but eventually came to score in the 3rd inning when he scored on a pass ball that made it 3-1 Dragons. The 0-1. Misses outside. 1-1.
He's walked and scored in both plate appearances here tonight, Evan, so perfect 0 for 0 with 2 runs scored for York. Cleanup hitter, doing the job.
York back in the box for the speedy fastball thrower, Rusnak. The 1-1. Called for a strike on the inside part of the corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Stallions down 3-1 in the top of the 4th, trying to once again escape a bases-loaded jam for the 3rd time tonight. Rusnak gets the sign. Glove at the belt. Fires home. York smashes that ball high out to the left center gap. It bounces at the wall. Vega scores. Bloppert scores. Worth is held up at 3rd, so it's a 2-run single for David York. 2-run double for David York. 5-1 Dragons.
There it is. There's that extra base hit, or for that matter, hit that the Dragons were looking for with the bases loaded. Were a combined 0 for 4 with the bases juiced. Finally break it open a little bit. David York, the beneficiary to do so. And they're still threatening. 2 in scoring position.
Well, you said it just before. It was only a matter of time until the Dragons eventually broke through. It was the 3rd time they had the bases loaded. The first 2 were all left stranded. So 5-1 Stallions trail the Dragons now in the top of the 4th. Pitching coach Praxi V. Hill on the mound to have a word with Brandon Rusnak. Still no arms warming up down in the bullpen for the Stallions. There has been one throwing down the right field line for the Dragons. Meeting is over. Coach V. Hill walks off the mound. So still 2 runners in scoring position for the Dragons. David York stands on 2nd. Tyler Worth stands on 3rd. Caden Barmer steps up to the plate tonight for his 3rd at-bat. Rusnak with just 1 out. Infield will all come in to try to stop the run at 3rd in Worth from scoring. The first pitch. Called for a strike, 0-1. Outfield has come even closer, Nick.
Rusnak needs to find his strikeout pitch, but across all the outfield spots, great arms between Surwick, Hanna, and Krieger.
The 0-1. Ball bounces low to the left side. 1-1. Outfield very shallow. Everyone on the infield. Corner infields are up to the grass. Resio at 1st and Levinson at 3rd. Both even with the bases. Rusnak's 1-1. Chopped foul. Down the 3rd base slide. 1-2. Big strikeout here is what Rusnak needs. The Stallions pitching staff tonight has just struck out 3 batters. Rusnak trying to make it a 4th. The 1-2. Barmer lines that one foul again. 1-2 stays.
Barmer doing everything he can to stay alive. Now first base is open, but Rusnak is way ahead 1-2. You can't even think about the walk right now. You got to continue to go after Barmer and get that K.
Stallions down 5-1, trying to keep the lead to just 4. The 1-2. Barmer chops that one foul again to the same exact spot. Count stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. On deck is Derek Diaz. He's 1 for 1 so far tonight with a walk. Barmer 0 for 1 has a walk himself. The 1-2. Grounds that ball past the diving shortstop Croce. Worth scores. York is held up at third, and it's another RBI hit for Glens Falls. Make that 6-1 in the top of the 4th.
At least the Stallions are not walking guys. I mean, like, sometimes when you make good pitches, you got to tip your cap. And so far here in the inning, Glens Falls has hit some pretty good pitches. Rusnak's had to work, especially last debut against Barmer, had him way ahead. And, you know, like I said, sometimes when they make a good pitch, you got to tip your cap.
Derek Diaz now gets an opportunity with runner on the corners. First pitch. High fly ball, deep out to right field. Krieger chases after it, makes the catch. York thinks about tagging, but does not, and that's probably because, Nick, we saw Krieger's arm earlier in the game. You can't run on this guy.
Came just last inning when Billy Barthel flew out to him in right field, and Krieger's got an absolute hose out there. And if it were up to me, I think the runner at third would have been hosed at the plate. Good hold by head coach Joe Matarazzo at third.
So productive out on the mound for Brendan Rusnak. Now with 2 away, faces Shane Hoover. Fires home. Strike called. Down the plate. 0-1. Caden Barmer stands on first. David York on third. 6-1. The Dragons lead your Stallions in the top of the 4th. The 0-1. Misses outside. 1-1. Hoover making his PGCBL debut tonight. Has yet to swing the bat for a ball in play. He's walked in the first and third inning. Rusnak takes a look at first. Deals home. Another miss outside, 2-1.
2 outs now in the inning, Evan. Rusnak's got to find that go-to pitch. If it's the fastball right now, if it's his new cutter, whatever it is, he's got to throw it with conviction and try and get a swing and miss.
Rusnak works from the stretch. The 2-1. Hoover lines that one foul right above us in the Pack Hub broadcast booth.
I was ready.
You were ready.
Were you ready?
I was ready.
Our
But
PA man, Rob Vanderbeck, was ready, along with our
everyone's
music
got gloves
guy,
over there
Jude.
to our left.
They all were ready. They all got gloves on over there. I got to grab mine.
Bare hand. Bare-handed.
Bare hand? I don't want a broken hand.
The 2-2 by Rusnak. Hoover lines that ball to shortstop. Croce makes the play. Fields on the backhand over to first in time. The Dragons put up 3 extra insurance runs, 6-1. Go to the bottom of the 4th. Bottom of the fourth at Cantine Field. Stallions down 6-1. The Dragons have just pounced offensively, 2 in the first, but specifically 3 in the fourth off of Rusnak. Cooper Schmidt starts things off for the Stallions. The first pitch by Waygard. Bounces low outside. 1-0. Cooper Schmidt so far tonight, making his second at-bat. Grounded out to first, back in the second. Waygard gets the sign. The 1-0. Misses high. 2 balls and no strikes. Second baseman Rene Vega shaded towards the first base side. Schmidt does have a nice hole up the middle to hit to. The 2-0. Strike called, lower part of the zone. 2 balls and 1 strike. Entering tonight, Cooper Schmidt has been the best hitter, plain and simple, for the Stallions so far this season. .484 batting average. The 2-1. Schmidt lines that ball out to left center field. Panapinto chases after it, dives, and drops the ball. Schmidt on his way to second, dives in time. It's a leadoff double for Cooper Schmidt. That ball, Nick, in Panapinto's glove as he dives and hits the ground, pops out.
Almost a SportsCenter top 10 worthy play from Panapinto. Ran all the way into the left center gap. But as a result, Cooper Schmidt standing on second, and maybe this is the start of the Stallions' rally.
Well, Anthony DePietro is still looking for his first hit as a Stallion, making his season debut tonight. He walked back into second, stole a base. Stallions trail the Dragons 6-1. Bottom of the fourth, Cooper Schmidt leadoff double, now stands on second. Waygard gets the sign. The pitch. DePietro grounds that ball over to second base. Vega dives, ball pops out of his glove. DePietro will reach safely at first. Cooper Schmidt moves his way to third. Now the Stallions have runners on the corners with no one out.
This is the inning for the Stallions to come up. Glens Falls scores 3 on the top half. Stallions need to get back into the game somehow, some way. Mike Cuello's in the box.
It's going to be ruled as a single for DePietro, who now stands over at first. Schmidt on third. Runners on the corners for the Ponies for Mike Cuello. Looking for his first hit as a Stallion this season. Waygard deals. Off speed, bounces low in the dirt. 1-0. Cuello has been a two-way player this season for the Stallions. A few pitching appearances. Now making his third start at the plate. He's 0 for 6 so far this season. Waygard takes a look at first. Glove at the chest. The 1-0. Swing and a miss by Cuello. Off speed gets him in the dirt. 1-1.
Cuello really tried to get those 3 runs back in one swing right there, but ultimately swings and misses.
Middle infield for the Dragons, shaded up the middle, looking for the double play ball for the Stallions' extra hitter here tonight. Waygard gets the sign. Deals home. DePietro's on the move. Pitch is called for a ball. He slides easily at second. No throw down. Stallions runners now on the corners with no outs in the bottom of the fourth inning. Mike Cuello, Magnus Krieger, Mike Levinson, the next 3 due up for the Ponies to try to cut this lead down from 5. Waygard works from the stretch. The 2-1. Cuello smacks that ball out to the left center gap. Barmer chases after it, makes the catch. Cooper Schmidt scores on the tag. And it's a sacrifice fly. Productive out, Nick, for the Stallions.
Ponies played a run, and Cuello almost had his first double and hit of the season, and for that matter, almost his first homer of the season. Barmer makes the play on the track, but regardless, it's a productive out in the Stallions score.
And Cuello thought that ball was down. Rounded first, was well on his way to second before he had to look back, and first base Coach Nordy had to tell him the ball was caught by Barmer. 1 out for the Stallions in the bottom of the fourth. 6-2, the lead by Glens Falls. Magnus Krieger steps up to the plate for his second at-bat here tonight. Waygard takes a look at second.
Evan DiPietro tonight, 2 stolen bases, and he's on base in both plate appearances so far. What a debut for the kid.
Still catching speed that we've seen from the Stallions. Cooper Schmidt loves to steal bases. Now DiPietro getting in on that action as well. Waygard gets the sign. First pitch to Krieger. Grounds it over to shortstop. Hoover under the glove. DiPietro gets the windmill from third. He will score, so it's an error. But the Stallions have now put up 6-3 in the bottom of the fourth.
Krieger knocks in another, although no credit for the RBI. But it's his ball that he put in play, and Stallions now make it a 6-3 game.
Mike Levinson comes to the plate, the 10-hitter tonight for the Stallions. Looking for his first hit of the night. Walked back in the second inning in his first appearance. Krieger takes his lead off first. First pitch. Strike called down the plate. 0-1. Mike Levinson making second year so far for the Stallions. Appeared last season in 12 games. So far this year, hitting .226 with 4 RBIs. Waygard's 0-1. Misses high, 1-1.
And Weigand has come a little bit out of that rhythm a little bit that we were so accustomed to seeing through the first 3 innings. Stallions knocked him around a little bit and still only 1 out in the inning.
Waygard gets the sign. The 1-1. Ball outside, 2-1. Stallions, 2 runs here in the bottom of the fourth. Now trail 6-3 to the Dragons. Wagan gets the sign. The 2-1. High pop-up by Levinson down the first base slide. Worth is under it, calls off the catcher, and makes the catch. 2 outs.
Stallions now with 2 outs in the inning and the top of the order rolling around. Still potentially could be a big inning, but it's in the hands of Michael Hanna now.
Well, lineup flips to the top for the Stallions. Michael Hanna is still searching for that first Stallions hit. Comes up with 2 outs and an opportunity with Magnus Krieger over at first. First pitch, Krieger's off and running. The throw down by Diaz is offline, rolls to the outfield. Krieger holds at second. So Ponies now with a runner in scoring position. 2 outs, 6-3 your score in the bottom of the fourth inning. Michael Hanna so far tonight, 0 for 2. He's grounded out to second, flew out to right. The lefty swinging center fielder for the Stallions, making his second game and appearance so far this year. Wigan takes a look at Krieger at second. Fires home. Bounces low. Diaz blocks it. Ball flies off to the right. 2-0.
And his last plate appearance, Evan, Hanna was robbed of potentially his first hit, his first extra base hit, and his first RBI with that line drive to right field. Barthel made a beautiful diving play coming in on a full extension layout.
Both of his hits have been to the right side here tonight, and with Vega shaded extremely down the first base line at second base, has a hole up the middle. The 2-0. Bounces low, gets past the catcher. Diaz to the backstop. Krieger stands up easily at third. 3 balls, no strikes. And the Stallions have a runner on third.
Again, the backstop comes into play, but I wouldn't be surprised if Krieger tries to capitalize on that big backstop now at third, 90 feet away from scoring.
2 of the 3 Dragons runs so far tonight have come from pass balls. That was Jack Plopper back in the first and David York in the third. So Stallions now have an opportunity to match that. Hannah works ahead in the count, 3-0. Waygard in the motion, the pitch. Strike called, lower part of the zone, 3-1. Stallions coming off of a 16-3 Mercy Rule loss to Amsterdam, where they scored just 3 runs and 4 hits. The 3-1 bounces low, ball 4, but Nick, the block by Diaz, that saves a run.
Yes, it does. Krieger's got good speed over there at third base, especially on the walk as well. If that ball goes to the backstop, Hannah potentially reaches second base as well.
And Dragons head coach Joe Matarazzo, with the tying run now up to the plate, is going to go out for a pitching change for Glens Falls. 6-3 Stallions still trail in the bottom. Welcome back to Cantine. Stallions trail the Glens Falls Dragons 6-3 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2 quick runs off of Dragon starter Tyler Wagan, and because of that, manager Joe Matarazzo goes for a bullpen change. Kyle Fives enters the game.
The southpaw from Mount St. Mary College has pitched a good amount here in the summer of 2026 for the Glens Falls Dragons, making his team-leading 9th appearance this summer. And it's been productive outings a lot of the time for Fives. 12 1/3 innings pitched, good for an ERA of 4.3.
Over those 12 innings, 13 strikeouts and 13 walks. Aiden Schmidt leads things off after the pitching change for the Stallions. 6-3. Ponies trail in the bottom of the 4th, but have runners on the corners. Michael Hanna stands on first. Magnus Krieger on third. Fives gets the sign. His first pitch. Misses outside. 1-0. Fives very funky windup on the mound. Starts with the hand over his body, almost like a Craig Kimbrell type of pitcher from the left side. The 1-0. Misses high. 2 balls and no strikes. Glens Falls, before last night, a 3-2 win over Oneonta, had a 5-game losing streak. That was the longest in the entire PGCBL before that was broken. Now hold a 6-3 lead. The 2-0. Strike call down the plate. 2-1. Aiden Schmidt so far tonight, 2 flyouts, both to center field. 308 average and 6 RBIs so far this year. The 2-1. Drives that ball out to center field. Panapinto is under it and makes the catch. Stallions get 2 back, but still trail 6-3. We'll go to the 5th. Top of the 5th at Cantine Field. Evan Zaretsky joined alongside Nick Zuppi. Stallions get 2 back in the bottom of the 4th, but still trail 6-3. Brandon Rusnak still on the bump for the Stallions, set to face 8, 9, 10 of the Glens Falls lineup. Billy Barthel up to the plate for his 3rd at-bat of the night. Rusnak steps off, wants to relay the sign, the catcher DePietro. Now gets it. Glove at the face. The first pitch. Barthel line drive to third base. Levitin easily fields, fires across the diamond, and gets him. 1 up, 1 down by Brendan Rusnak here to start the 5th.
Perfect job by Rusnak, actually just how he started last inning. Rather, 2 innings ago when he entered the game. 1 pitch, 1 out that ended the bases-loaded threat back in the 3rd inning. And this is what the Stallions need. You just scored 2 runs in the bottom half of the 4th. If Rusnak can put up a 0 and get the offense back, which has a little bit of momentum now, Ponies might be coming back.
Rusnak's first pitch to Alex Kerr. Fastball down the plate for strike number 1. Kerr so far tonight, 3rd baseman for the Dragons. Struck out swinging and grounded out to Nick Rossi over at shortstop. That was in the 3rd. Rusnak gets the sign. The 0-1. High pop-up, deep out to left field. Serwick chases after it in foul territory and makes the backhanded catch up against the fence. Nick, initially, Serwick thought that ball was going over the fence and then finally realized it's staying in play and sticks his glove out, backhanded, and makes the catch.
That was not an easy play by any means. Like you said, stuck his glove out last minute when he realized that ball was going to stay in play, and ultimately Brendan Rusnak gives him a little tip of the cap out there for helping him out. Now there's 2 dead.
The 10-hitter, Giorgio Panapinto, up to the plate with 2 outs. 6-3 Dragons lead, top of the 5th. First pitch by Rusnak. Swing and a miss by Panapinto. Serwick out and left is making his first outfield start of the season this year for the Stallions. Makes his 2nd putout of the night. The 0-1. Another swing and a miss, 0-2.
Rusnak's working ahead a lot here. Really hasn't thrown that many pitches, only about 8 or so. 1 strike away from picking up another K and putting up a 0 here in the 5th.
No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch to Panepinto. Misses outside, 1-2. Ryder Hirschenroder was warming up down the left field line in the bullpen, but has now stopped after the first 2 outs that Rusnak got to start the top of the 5th. Rusnak deals. Ground ball, slow roller. Levinson chases after it, makes the play over to first. Not in time, wild throw. But the catcher, DePietro, is there, so no extra harm done. And with 2 outs, runner on first, Nick, top of the lineup rolls back around.
Official ruling is an infield single for Giorgio Panepinto. 2 hits in the ballgame for him tonight.
And Panepinto has moved down in the lineup, normally in the top 4, leadoff hitter or number 2 hitter for the Dragons, now batting 10th. He stands on first. Lineup switches over for the Dragons. Leadoff hitter Rene Vega up to the plate with 2 outs. 6-3 is your score at Cantine. Stallions trail in the top of the 5th. Rusnak gets the sign, deals home. Swing and a miss by Vega, 0-1. So far tonight, the 3rd pitcher the Stallions have used. Reese Brammer started the game. Riley Hoffrichter came in relief, and then Brandon Rusnak came in relief of Hoffrichter. Vega stands way back in the batter's box, awaiting the 0-1. Panepinto is moving. The throw down by DePietro is not in time. Tips off the glove of Croce, but the second baseman Schmidt is there to back it up. A stolen base by Panepinto. And Nick, this Glens Falls team has been very active on the bases tonight.
Panepinto picks up his 6th stolen base of the season and uncharacteristically aggressive. This is a team that has the 4th fewest stolen bases in the league coming into tonight's matchup with only 24 over 18 games. That's just about 1 a game.
Vega with the chance to extend the lead to 4. The 0-2. Panepinto runs again. That one is lined back about 3 inches below us here in the Pac Hub broadcast booth. Nick, you were ready for that one.
Oh, I stuck the bare hand out. I was ready.
Our producer, Andrew Riley, is still shaken up with his shoulder turned to the field. Nonetheless, Vega stays alive in the count.
A lot of expensive equipment to be over there, to be fair.
Vega works behind. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Panepinto on second. Rusnak deals. Chopped foul again, back in the same area. Count stays no balls and 2 strikes. Stallions outfield tonight has been playing shallow the entire game, and that trend has continued. A Glens Falls batter has yet to test or beat a Stallion out in the outfield, other than David York's double, which split the gap back in the 4th inning. 6-3 Dragons lead. Top of the 5th, Vega trying to extend that with the runner on second. Rusnak relays the sign, takes a look over, and Vega steps out of the batter's box. The 0-2 once more. Catches the outside corner. Vega doesn't like it, but goes down looking. Brandon Rusnak with a scoreless 5th inning, and the Stallions keep the score 6-3. Bottom of the 5th at Cantine Field. Stallions trail the Glens Falls Dragons 6-3. Both teams score multiple runs in the 4th inning. 3 by the Dragons, 2 by the Stallions. Kyle Five still towing the slab for the Dragons to start this 5th inning, with Danny Serwick leading things off. The first pitch. Hits Serwick, so 1 pitch, 1 runner on. Stallions get the leadoff runner on. Hit by pitch to Danny Serwick.
This guy just loves getting on base, Evan. 2 walks and a hit by pitch. When does he not reach base?
2 walks tonight, a hit by pitch. You just mentioned it. Serwick is just hitting 185, but an OBP above 400. He now stands on first. Ryan Rescio up to the plate for the Stallions. Second baseman Rene Vega for the Dragons is essentially a few feet away from the bag. The first pitch. Catches the upper part of the zone for a strike. 0-1. Ryan Rescio tonight, 1 for 2. He doubled back in the first and flew out to center in the third. Five checks on Serwick. Serwick's off and running. Ball misses high. The throw down, not in time. Danny Serwick, uncharacteristically, Nick, second steal of the night.
That's the only 2 he has this summer, Evan, and this is his 10th game as a Stallion. But really, the Ponies have been galloping around the bases all evening long. They have the most stolen base attempts out of anybody in the PGCBL, and so far here tonight, perfect.
Fives checks on Serwick at second, gives a second look, and deals home. Rescio, high pop-up down the right field line. Barthel chases after it. Lands in the Dragons' bullpen down the right field line. Count moves to 1-2. 6-3 is your score at Cantine. Bottom of the 5th, Stallions look to claw back. The 1-2. All-speed bounces in the dirt, and it hits the front ankle of Rescio, so the second consecutive hit by pitch. And Nick, runners on first and second, still no outs.
Rescio really didn't move out of the way there because it was a changeup that was really slow and just wore it, and now the tying run comes to the plate.
Tying run in the form of Nick Croce, and this is the guy you want up right now if you're the Stallions at the tying run. Croce has the most home runs on the team so far this season with 2. Blasted one just last night at Shuttleworth Park. Ryan Rescio stands on first, Danny Serwick on second. The first pitch by Fives. And that one hits Croce. Croce has a word with Fives on the mound, hits the front thigh, and that's 3 consecutive hit by pitches.
We've seen this before at Cantine. Stallions taking on the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dogs. Relief pitcher James Lester plunks 3 straight Ponies, but now Fives is going to stay in the game. Nobody else is warming, whereas the other time this happened, Lester was yanked as soon as he plunked 3 straight guys.
The Dragons have limited bullpen arms tonight. So now with the bases loaded and no one out, Cooper Schmidt steps up to the plate. The first pitch. Ball misses high, 1-0. Cooper Schmidt so far tonight doubled and grounded out to first base. He's 1 for 2. Second baseman Rene Vega has been shaded up the middle nearly this entire inning and is now once again for the lefty Schmidt. The 1-0. Ball misses up and away, 2-0.
Stallions still nobody out here in the inning, Evan. Really over the last 4 or so, maybe even 5 games, really been looking for that extra base hit that gives them a spark on offense. That sparks a big rally. You're looking for Schmidt to do that exactly right here in a good hitter's count 2-0.
Fives gets the sign, deals home. Strike called down the plate, 2-1. Corners for the Dragons are up on the ledge. First baseman Worth and third baseman Kerr. Middle infield Hoover and Vega are shaded up the middle in search of a double play. The 2-1. Schmidt pops that one high above the backstop. Lands near the first base dugout. The Glens Falls team stands. Count stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Tough matchup for Schmidt. The Junkies lefty out on the mound, Kyle Fives, and then Schmidt also hitting from the lefty batter's box. So a tough lefty-lefty matchup, and then when you add the element that Fives is a junk baller and throws from a unique arm slot, it's a tough matchup.
The 2-2. Ball bounces outside. Count goes to full. Another time, Nick, where that could be another run for the Stallions.
Good block by Diaz. It's as simple as that. He's now done that 3 times this game, kept the runner at third, but full count, nobody out, nowhere to put Schmidt. I would expect him to get a good pitch right here. He's got to be ready to drive one.
Bases are loaded. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Still no one out for Cooper Schmidt at the plate. The payoff by Fives. Schmidt pops that ball up high. Near the Stallions dugout, catcher Diaz was under it. But ball drops, so Schmidt catches a break and gets another chance.
Gets another life. That ball definitely could have been caught. Diaz, the catcher, and Kerr, the third baseman, both just come up a little short. But regardless, Schmidt stays alive.
Count remains 3 balls, 2 strikes. Danny Serwick on third. Ryan Rescio stands on second. Nick Croce over at first. Stallions with a big opportunity here to try and tie this game. The payoff by Fives. Schmidt takes it for strike 3 looking. Catches the outside corner. He doesn't like it. But the Stallions' bases are still loaded, now 1 away.
That pitch has been called a strike all night by home plate umpire Frank Parker. And now, welcome to Saugerties. Anthony DePietro, bases loaded, 1 out. Perfect time to pick up your first RBI. Stallions down by 3.
Fives with the deal. DePietro, high fly ball up to center field. Panapinto takes a few steps to his left, makes the catch. Serwick tags from third. The throw in is cut off by the shortstop, Hoover. So it's a productive out. A sacrifice fly makes it 6-4. Stallions still trail in the bottom of the 5th.
Anthony DePietro does the job. 2 for 2 in terms of being on base. A walk, a single, and then now another productive at-bat with an RBI. He's done everything tonight for the Stallions. Incredible debut so far.
With 2 outs, Mike Cuello steps up to the plate with 2 runners on. Cuello would represent the go-ahead run. First pitch by Fives. Misses high. 1-0.
The last time he was up, Evan, he probably had his best swing in a Stallion uniform this summer. A couple feet short of a homer, and if Barmer doesn't make the play, it's definitely an extra base hit.
Brescio on second. Croce still on first. The 1-0, both runners are on the move. Ball misses high. Diaz doesn't even bother throwing down. So it's a double steal, and that is a big one, Nick. 2 runners in scoring position. Cuello trying to bring this to a tie game here.
Heads up base running from Ryan Rescio. I saw him timing Fives out on the mound. It was consistently about 3 or 4 seconds before he delivered. Rescio got the perfect jump, and Diaz couldn't even make a throw.
Mike Cuello now 2 runners in scoring position with a chance to tie this game up at 6. The 2-0. Ball misses high. 3-0. Magnus Krieger stands on deck, who has reached base both of his at-bats tonight, a single and an error. If Cuello walks to load up the bases, there's still no one going in the right field line of the bullpen for the Dragons. The 3-0. Catches the outside corner. 3-1. Cuello making his 3rd start of the season at the plate for the Stallions. Works ahead 3-1. Ball misses inside. Ball 4. A 5-pitch walk. Nick, now 3 hit-by pitches and a walk by Fives against one of the hottest hitters on the teams now in Magnus Krieger.
Krieger already has an RBI single here tonight, and although he doesn't get credit for the RBI his last time up, it was his ball in play that Hoover booted at short that allowed DePietro to score. So he's had 2 good at-bats tonight, and the tying run is in scoring position.
Tying run on first. Krieger has the power to put 1 out. First pitch by Fives. Ball high. 1-0. Nick Croce represents the tying run over at second. The go-ahead run, Mike Cuello stands on first. Magnus Krieger, 1 for 2 so far tonight, with an RBI single back in the second. The 1-0. Strike called in the inside corner. 1-1.
Krieger's been looking for that signature Stallions hit, right? He's starting to heat up a little bit. This is a guy who has had a lot of pop in his bat, especially this past spring at Seton Hall. So a hit or potentially extra base hit here would be huge for just his overall morale.
The 1-1. Ball up high, 2-1. Second baseman Vega still shaded up the middle. This is a very pull Stallions team. Loves to pull the ball. Outfield is straight away for the right fielder for the Stallions. Fives gets the sign, deals home. Ball up high, 3-1. Fives in danger of walking his second batter of the inning to go along with 3 hit by pitches. The walk would bring in a run. Ryan Rescio stands on third. The 3-1. Swing and a miss by Krieger. Count runs full. This is a big pitch coming up.
Big cut and a miss by Krieger. Looked like he was going to try and plate all 4 runs with one swing and give the Stallions the lead. But now 3 ball, 2 strike count, 2 outs, nowhere to put him. Fives has got to go right after Krieger.
6-4. Stallions trail. The payoff. High pop up in the infield. The first baseman Worth is under it and makes the catch. So the Stallions leave the bases stranded, but still put up 1 run, 6-4, down going to the top of the 6th.
Yeah, Herschel. Shin, like your leg.
Top of the 6th at Cantine Field. Evan Zaretsky joined alongside Nick Zuppi. Stallions still trail the Dragons 6-4. But back-to-back innings where Saugerties has scored 2 in the 4th, add 1 in the 5th, cut the lead to 2. New pitcher for the Stallions, Ryder Hirschenroder, comes in relief of Brandon Rusnak. Set the pace 2-3-4 of the Dragons lineup. Jack Ploppert start things off. Hirschenroder gets the sign. The first pitch. Bounces low outside. 1-0. Rusnak's day now officially over. 3 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs, walked 4, and struck out 2.
It's coming.
The 1-0. Strike called lower part of the zone. 1-1. Herschenroder making his 5th appearance so far this season. 7 2/3 innings. 5 earned runs across that span. The 1-1. Misses inside. 2-1.
Herschenroder's a guy who loves to use that power fastball, right? But going to Rusnak, it's the same thing. So 2 guys, 2 right-handers that love using the heat, and they're both productive with their fastballs.
Herschenroder deals. Strike called on the inside corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes. To the 2-hitter, Jack Ploppert for the Dragons so far tonight. 0 for 1. He's walked twice to go with a ground out to second base. Herschenroder works from the stretch. The 2-2. Ground ball over to Nick Croce at shortstop. Fielded on a hop. Fires over to first in time. So Ryder Herschenroder comes in, gets the first batter out. There's 1 away.
Glens Falls has only had the leadoff runner on in 1 inning so far. So the Stallions have done a great job in that aspect through now 6 innings.
Tyler Worth up to the plate for the Dragons, who has been fantastic today. 1 for 2. Has 2 runs scored as well. First pitch called for a strike on the inside corner. 0-1. Infield, outfield, straight away for the Ponies. Herschenroder's 0-1. High pop-up down the right field line. Krieger chases after it. Lands foul just outside of the Dragons' bullpen down in right field. Count goes to 0-2. Worth has been the best hitter by far for this Dragons so far this season. 408 coming into tonight's game. A home run and 7 RBIs. The 0-2. Chop back foul. Count stays 0-2.
He's really been the catalyst to a lot of this Glens Falls action here tonight, right? Like you said, 2 runs scored. He's been on base twice. No matter if he hits or walks, I feel like Worth is always in the middle of the action, right? He hits third for a reason, leads the team batting average. He's got incredible numbers, but he's always involved in some way.
But works behind in the count, 0-2. But again, chopped foul. And the Stallions dug out down the third base line. Count stays. No balls and 2 strikes. The last time Worth played was last night against Oneonta. 1 for 4 with an RBI. Now back in the lineup here tonight. The 0-2. Bounces low in the dirt, but a check swing, and a home plate umpire, Frank Parker, says he went. So a strikeout for Ryder Herschenroder, and there's quickly 2 away.
Herschenroder picks up a Stallion strikeout that is now up to a total of 6 tonight. 3 for Hofrichter, 2 for Rusnak, and 1 for Herschenroder.
2 quick outs by the righty Herschenroder brings up David York, the cleanup hitter tonight for the Dragons. The first pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-1. David York tonight has had arguably the biggest swing for either team. That was a 2-run double back in the 4th. Also has 2 walks to go along with that line. Herschenroder gets the sign, deals home. Strike called, quickly 0-2.
1 strike away from back-to-back Ks and putting up back-to-back zeros for Stallions pitchers here in the 5th and 6th, allowing that offense, which has had a lot of traffic over the last 2 or 3 innings, to get back into the box and work.
The 0-2. Chop back foul. Count stays, no balls, 2 strikes. Stallions lose to Amsterdam last night and now fall 4 games back of the first place Amsterdam, who's now 14-4. Stallions 9-7, looking to make that 10-7 here tonight, but trail the Dragons 6-4 here on the top of the 6th inning. York step backs it in the box. Hirschenroder's glove at the chest. The 0-2. Off speed, gets him swinging. And just like that, 1, 2, 3, 2 Ks for Ryder Hirschenroder. Stallions still trail 6. Bottom of the 6th at Cantine Field. Stallions trail the Glens Falls Dragons 6-4. Kyle Fives still on the bump for the Dragons. Came in relief of Tyler Wagan, who went 3 2/3. Faces 10-1-2 to start things off. First pitch. Misses outside, 1-0. To Mike Levinson, the third baseman tonight for the Stallions. Walked back in the second and popped out to first in the fourth. The 1-0. Ball up and away, 2-0.
10-1-2 due up for the Stallions. You're chasing 2 runs, 6-4 score, and this feels like the inning, right? You've seen Fives now one time through the order. Something's got to give.
Fives deals. Strike. Catches the upper part of the zone. 2-1. Mike Levinson has Michael Hanna, Aiden Schmidt, and Danny Serwick 1, 2, and 3 to follow. The 2-1. Levinson lines that ball out to left field for a base hit. Ball rolls to Barmer out in left. Throws it to the cutoff man Hoover, and it's a leadoff single for Mike Levinson to flip the order to the top.
There it is. There's that leadoff hit. Stallions tonight really haven't got the leadoff runner on a whole lot. I mean, they've done a decent job, about 50% of the time, now 3 for 6. So they have the leadoff runner on, but how do you respond, right? Top of the order coming up. It starts with Hanna in the box.
Michael Hanna swinging from the left side. The first pitch by Fives. Line foul down the left field line. Michael Hanna, his second game tonight for the Stallions. Made his debut against Amsterdam last night. Went 0 for 3 with a strikeout. So far tonight, 0 for 2 with a walk. Fives gets the sign. Deals home. Hanna chops that one foul in the same exact spot. 0-2, and Nick, you could see Levinson on first. Very iffy with the motion of Fives.
He's got a funky windup, and Stallions base runners have been really aggressive tonight. Multiple stolen bases. You have yet to be caught stealing, but you don't really want to run into an out with nobody dead.
The 0-2. Levinson's off and running. Ball bounces past Diaz to the backstop. Levinson will hold at second. So the Stallions now, for the second straight inning, have a runner in scoring position with no one out. Glens Falls outfield He's playing normal depth for one of the first times tonight. Has been very shallow for the Stallions batters. Fives is 1-2. Hannah drives that ball out to left center field. Panapinto chases after it. It falls in the gap. Levinson gets the windmill from third. He scores. Throw in is cut off by Hoover. And it's an RBI double for Michael Hannah for his first hit as a Stallion, 6-5 here in the bottom of the sixth.
Welcome to Saugerties, Mr. Hannah. That was effortless pop. Opposite field to about the left center field gap. One hops the wall. And now he represents the tying run on second base as well.
Tying run stands on second. Still no one out for the Ponies. This feels like this has to be the breakout inning if you are a Stallions fan. Aiden Schmidt steps up to the plate for Saugerties. Fives takes a look at Hannah. The first pitch. Strike called. Right down the plate, 0-1. So far tonight, Aiden Schmidt has had 3 outs, 0 for 3. All 3 outs have been the same exact thing. 3 flyouts out to Giorgio Panepinto in center field. Fives takes a look at second. A second look, and deals home. Schmidt, high pop-up foul down the first base line. Count goes to 0-2.
Hannah got an RBI double with 2 strikes, just the batter before. Fives is doing a great job of pumping the strike zone, but these Stallions hitters refuse to go down.
Hannah takes his lead off second. Vega holds him. The 0-2. Ball up high, 1-2. And you really need to attack. And no waste pitches here if you're Kyle Fives, because 3-4-5 of the Stallions lineup follows Aiden Schmidt, the 2-hitter. Glove at the chest. Fives staring back at Hannah. The 1-2. Ball up high. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And there's a right-hander warming in the bullpen for Glens Falls as a result of the chaotic start to the bottom of the 6th.
6-5, Stallions cut the lead. Still trail here in the bottom of the 6th, but a runner on second and no one out. The 2-2. Schmidt lines that ball over the head of the second baseman, Vega. Hannah gets the sign from third. He will stand up easily, and Aiden Schmidt has tied this ball game up at 6 apiece in the bottom of the 6th.
Here come the Stallions. Look out. Once the Ponies start to gallop, there's no sight of slowing down. Tied it up at 6. Still nobody out here in the inning. You've already played at 2, and this is what the offense really starts to look like when it's flowing well.
Miles Seed is warming up down the bullpen. Let's take another look at that RBI single by Aiden Schmidt that ties this game up. Pieces that ball up absolutely beautifully right over the head of Vega. And with Hannah's speed at second, there was no question about it. And the first pitch to Surwick plunks him. So now the Stallions continue the momentum here. Runners now on first and second. No one out.
I mean, Danny Surwick just is an on-base machine. Like, I think he has a personal residence on first base. I really do, because he has 2 walks tonight and 2 hit by pitches.
All 4 times Surwick has reached base. Stallions have tied this game up 6-6 in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Ryan Rescio. Misses for ball number 1. Middle infield for the Dragons, shaded up the middle in search for a double play ball. There's still no one out here for Glens Falls. The 1-0. Ball misses low. 2-0. Aiden Schmidt stands on second. Danny Surwick on first. The Stallions a 2 spot here so far in the 6th inning to tie this game up 6-6. Fives takes a look over at second and deals home. Rescio, high pop-up out to center field. Panapinto's under it, moves in, and makes the catch. Schmidt thinks about tagging, but will hold at second. So it's a fly out to center field by Ryan Rescio. Both runners hold, and now Nick Croce steps up to plate.
Rescio just got underneath it a little bit. You heard the good sound off the bat, but just unfortunately, just a little bit underneath it.
5th fly ball that Giorgio Panapinto has caught out in center field tonight. He's been a very busy man for the Dragons. Nick Croce up to the plate for a chance to give the Stallions the lead. First pitch by Fives. Both runners are off and moving. The throw down to second by Diaz. Surwick slides in safely. So another double steal, Nick, and now the Stallions are in prime position with just one out to bring in the go-ahead run.
2 in scoring position for Nick Croce, who's been hot over the last 4 games. Perfect opportunity, like you said.
Danny Surwick on second, Aiden Schmidt on third. Tie ball game at 6 apiece in the bottom of the 6th. Fives deals home. Strike called down the plate. 1-1.
Croce tends to work counts. That's what he does. He has very comfortable taking pitches early on in at-bats, and even right there, changeup, 1-0, didn't want it.
The 1-1. Ball up and away, 2-1. Nick Croce so far tonight, a flyout back in the first, a strikeout swinging in the third, and was hit by a pitch in the 5th. That was a part of 3 consecutive plunked Stallions batters. And was back last inning in the 5th. Corners are up for the Dragons to try and keep Schmidt over there at third. Fives gets the sign, deals home. Ball up and away, 3-1. This is the best opportunity the Stallions have had all night, with 2 runners in scoring position, just 1 out.
Good hitters count, 3-1. I would expect Croce to try and drive a baseball here and score 2.
The 3-1. Ball up high. It's a 5-pitch walk to Nick Croce, and the Stallions now have the bases loaded for Cooper Schmidt. And manager Joe Matarazzo is going to make his way out to the mound for a bullpen change, so Kyle Fives' day is over. Rather, he's going to hold off the armed out on the right field line, who was making his way out to the pitcher's mound. Instead, changes his mind. So the Dragons in a very tough situation right now, Nick. The base is loaded, 1 out. Any ball in play would likely get a run in here, except for a double play with a speedy Aiden Schmidt over at third. All Cooper Schmidt has to do is try and get a ball to the outfield.
That's exactly the job he needs to do. I wonder what the Dragons' defense is going to look like as a result of this mound visit. There is only 1 out, but Schmidt is very fast, so will the middle infield be up? Will they be back? If they're back, you're playing for more of that double play, but Schmidt's speed almost erases the double play automatically, and I assume the corners will be in. Any ground ball to them, it's an easy throw home.
Corners are going to be in for the Dragons. Middle infield shaded up the middle. Either a forced out at home or a double play is what the Dragons are looking for here. Cooper Schmidt up to the plate for his 4th time tonight. The first pitch. Called for a strike right down the plate. 0-1. Schmidt so far tonight, 1 for 3. He doubled back in the 4th to lead off that 4th inning. Came across the score. Now has a chance to break this tie game. The 0-1. Schmidt drives that one foul right above us here. Now works down in the count 0-2.
He's got to go to work. Struck out looking in his last AB against Fives, and that was on a close 3-2 pitch. So if it's close, Frank Parker has the tendency to ring up the hitter. So you got to take a hack at it.
Bases are loaded. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out to Cooper Schmidt. The pitch by Fives. Ball just misses outside. Count moves to 1-2. Cooper Schmidt has been by far the best hitter for the Stallions so far this season. .484 batting average coming into tonight's game with a team-high 16 RBIs. The 1-2. Ball up high, 2-2.
Right man, right spot. Schmidt now works the count back to even, and Tie game 6-6, go-ahead run on third. You're looking for Schmidt to just give the Stallions a little bit of breathing room. A ground ball down the right field line, there is enough room over there to play football on. So that would be a triple and score 3.
The 2-2. Ball up high, 3-2, another full count. Kyle Fives has worked himself into with the bases loaded. Nick Croce stands on first. Danny Surwick on second. Aiden Schmidt on third. 6-6 tie ball game. In the bottom of the sixth at Cantine. The payoff by Fives. Ball up high. Another walk, second in a row for Kyle Fives, and the Stallions have taken the lead 7-6 in the bottom of the sixth.
Just like that, Ponies are still threatening as well. They take the lead. Anthony DePietro has had an excellent debut here tonight. Hanna doubles in a run earlier on in the inning. Can the other guy making his debut drive in a run tonight?
DePietro so far tonight is 1 for 1. Has a walk and a sac fly to go with that. The first pitch. This is outside. 1-0. Bases are still loaded with Ponies. 7-6, your Stallions lead here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Still attacking. Fives gets the sign. Deals home. Inside call for a strike. Glens Falls defense, corners are still pulled up. The second baseman, Vega, shaded up the middle. A double play would be ideal if you're the Dragons. The 1-1. Ball up high. 2-1. Nick, you got to think this could very well be the last batter for Fives.
The reliever has stopped throwing in the Dragons bullpen, and yeah, I would assume so. I mean, Fives has been a little erratic in terms of missing the strike zone of late.
The 2-1. DePietro pops that ball high up to the middle infield. The shortstop, Hoover, calls it off and makes the catch. So not what you need if you're the Stallions with the bases loaded and 1 out. A pop-up to short with 2 outs, but the bases are still juiced.
For Mike Cuello, who had his best swing as a Stallion a couple innings ago.
And now Dragons manager Joe Matarazzo is going to make his way out to the mound for a bullpen change. Stallions 7-6 lead, 3 runs here in the bottom of the sixth. Still have the bases loaded. Don't go anywhere. Yeah. We're back here at Cantine Field. 7-6 Stallions lead after a 3 spot so far in the bottom of the 6th, but bases are loaded. New pitcher, Miles Seed, enters the game for the Glens Falls Dragons in relief of Kyle Fives. Now faces Mike Cuello with 2 outs. Seed gets the sign. His first pitch. Strike called right down the plate.
Seed currently in the transfer portal. He's got 2 years of eligibility remaining. He's a 3-pitch guy, fastball, 92 to 94, and then a cutter to go with a sweeper as well.
Bases are loaded, 2 outs. Mike Cuello, a huge chance to get his first hit as a Stallion. The 0-1. Ball outside, 1-1. Cuello so far tonight, fly out to left, a sacrifice fly back in the 4th, and then walked in the 5th inning. Danny Serwick stands on 3rd. Croce leads off 2nd. Cooper Schmidt off 1st. The 1-1 by Seed. Swung on and missed. Hard fastball down the plate by Seed. Count moves to 1-2.
Coming in, the right-hander throws hard. Mid to low 90s with the fastball, and it's a big adjustment to go from Fives, who is in the lower 80s from the lefty side.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The pitch. Ball bounces low. Blocked by Diaz. Straight away down the plate. 2-2. Stallions so far this inning, 3 runs off of 3 hits. That was a leadoff single by Mike Levinson, an RBI double by Michael Hanna, and then Aiden Schmidt singles as well. Seed gets the sign. The 2-2. Swing and a miss by Cuello, and the Dragons escape. But not before 3 runs by the Stallions, 7-6.
Bullpen. Ryder Herschenroder came in and shut out an inning. Just absolutely great stuff. And he used his changeup a lot during that inning, and I got a chance to talk to him. Apparently that changeup is a new trick up his sleeve that he developed in the spring while playing at Herkimer College. He said that people caught on to his 4-seam and curveball combo in the season, and he struggled a little bit, so he developed this changeup. It's a relatively new pitch, and it's yielding him great success so far in this outing, guys.
Thanks so much, Alex. Herschenroder on the mound for the 2nd inning tonight. Pumps in a strike. Herschenroder is the only pitcher here tonight to retire the side in order. Being last inning of the 6th, and they picked up 2 punch-outs in the process. 21 Barber. Stallions take the lead 5-6, scored 3 runs. Now lead 7-6 over Glens.
Shortstop, Shane Hoover.
Win at the time, the second run of the game for Glens Falls. Hoover chops it over to the right side of the infield. Schmidt, the second baseman. Fields throw over to first. Nabs Hoover by a step. And now there's 2 outs, but the tying run's 90 feet away.
Hoover has wheels. He almost beat that out. Granted, it was a very slow roller that Schmidt had to charge in at second. But if he beats that out, not good. But like you said, runner 90 feet away here. Billy Barthel still looking for his first hit.
Barthel 0 for 3 with a punch out here tonight, but he's had 3 good at-bats. High pop-up, shallow right side of the infield. Restio, the first baseman's called off by the second baseman, Schmidt. And Hershenroder puts up the 3rd consecutive 0 for Stallions pitching, and the Ponies still lead 7-6. And it's time to stretch here at Cantine Field. Bottom of the 7th inning after a rendition of God Bless America here at Cantine Field. Ponies lead 7-6 over the Glens Falls Dragons in the 4th matchup here of a Schedule 10 this summer between the Saugerties Stallions and the Glens Falls Dragons. Ryder Herschenroder strands the tying run on third base in the previous inning. And then 9-10-1 due up for the Ponies here in the bottom. Magnus Krieger steps in, takes upstairs 1-0 from Miles Seed, who has only faced one Stallion, and he struck out Mike Cuello in the 6th.
And he's the fastest pitcher the Stallions have faced so far tonight. You saw Cuello swinging and missing. But at this point, if you're Glens Falls, this is your guy. You got to keep the lead to just 1.
Two and 0 to Krieger, who is starting to find that rhythm that Seton Hall fans especially have seen from the outfielder. This guy tore it up for the Pirates this past spring, hit about 280, drove in north of 20 runs so far here tonight for the Stallions. An RBI single, and then you can add 2 stolen bases to that line as well. But the ball he put back in play in the 4th inning, Evan, although he doesn't get credit for the RBI, it was that ball in play that Hoover couldn't field cleanly, which allowed another run to score.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if you're the Stallions, you take advantage of every single thing given to you right now. And if Krieger can get the leadoff runner on, we saw how last inning started. It was with Levinson.
Levinson on deck for the Stallions. Krieger takes inside 3-0. This has been really a common theme between both sides, Evan. It's the walk. 12 for Stallions pitchers and 8 for Glens Falls pitchers here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And the pitching for the Stallions, and there's another one, it hasn't really been too much of an issue. And when I specifically look at the Amsterdam game from last night, just 6 walks by Stallions pitching. And listen, but now on the offensive end, you take advantage of all the walks that are given to you, and that's exactly what the Stallions have done.
Now 9 base on balls by Glens Falls pitching here tonight. The first by Seed, right-hander currently in the transfer portal. First pitch to Levinson, big cut and a miss, 0-1. Seed's fastball has got some zip to it. It's about 92 to 94 miles an hour to go along with a cutter and a sweeper. 3-pitch guy. Stands about 6'3" out on the mound. The 0-1. Fastball clips the outer third, 0-2. Levinson here tonight has had a solid game. He started last inning off with a single that led to 3 runs coming across the score and then walked back in the second, so he's been on base 2 of 3 plate appearances here tonight. Krieger bolts for second, pitches upstairs, a called ball. Diaz's throw down is late, and Magnus Krieger swipes second for the 3rd time here tonight. And now an important insurance run, Evan, is in scoring position with nobody out here in the 7th.
And now this is a Stallions team that we're starting to see that really haven't, over these last few games, back to the original identity of stealing bases. They just stole 1 in both of the last 2 games, already have well over 5 tonight.
The 1-2. Changeup freezes Levinson for strike 3. Seed picks up his 2nd K, and now there's 1 dead in the bottom of the 7th.
A nice off speed just gets Levinson frozen there. But, Nick, this is the same situation we saw back in the 6th inning, a runner on second for Michael Hanna.
Hanna making his Stallions home debut. 2nd game played overall. Played for the Stallions last night up at Shuttleworth Park, but had an RBI double his last time up and scored in that half inning as well. The rising freshman to Mississippi State, hitting leadoff for the Stallions tonight. Krieger leads away from second. 1 dead here in the 7th. First pitch. Called strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Stallions are off tomorrow. And then Friday, a doubleheader against the Utica Blue Sox on the road. Saturday versus the Oneonta Outlaws at home, and then Sunday a doubleheader versus Boonville. Hannah flies it out of play 0-2.
Nice fight by Hannah, and we've been seeing he's starting to get into the Stallions' rhythm with fighting off pitches and continuing to battle.
Hannah had a RBI double his last time up. That came with 2 strikes, Evan. So these Stallions pitchers, rather hitters, have been fighting all game long with 2 strikes. The 0-2. Fastball misses out. 1-2. Outside of an RBI double his last time up, Hannah's been on base one other time. He walked back in the 4th inning. So officially 1 for 3 with a walk, an RBI, and a run scored out of the leadoff spot. The 1-2. Again, fastball outside, 2-2. Seed's really using that 4-seamer a lot.
And he throws it hard, and that's why he's using it, because the Stallions so far have not shown that they can catch up to his fastball. Got Cuello swinging, and then Levinson looking, but that was with the off-speed. But it's his go-to, and he's going to keep throwing it.
Krieger on second. The 2-2. Fastball up and away, 3-2. So Seed was way ahead, 0-2. 3 consecutive fastballs miss outside. And now it runs back to 3-2. First base is open after Krieger steals second. So a walk to Hannah would set up potentially an inning-ending double play with Aiden Schmidt on deck. Stallions looking for a pivotal insurance run, leading by 1. Hannah crushes one out in the deep left center field. Panapinto on the run, cannot make the sliding play. Krieger hits third, gets the windmill, scores standing up. Hannah stands up at second with his second RBI double here tonight in as many innings.
Michael Hannah, welcome to the Stallions. This man has, after a rough night last night, 0 for 3 with a strikeout, an absolute seed. And Nick, those 2 doubles that he hit were essentially to the same exact spot of the field.
Left center field, opposite field pop, and we're going to take another look at that replay. The swing from Hannah plates a pivotal insurance run. 8-6 in favor of the Stallions. First pitch to Aiden Schmidt. Flies out of play, but Hannah, man, that power is effortless.
Yeah, it really is. And, looking at Panapinto out there, that man has had a very, very busy day chasing after a lot of fly balls, a lot of gappers, and Hannah takes perfect advantage of that, splitting the gap.
0-1 to Schmidt. Hannah leads away from second, bolts for third. Pitch up, throw down by Diaz, late. Michael Hannah swipes third, and now run number 9 stands on third base with Aiden Schmidt in a 1-1 count, and as a result, Glens Falls is going to bring the infield in.
First time we're seeing Hannah's speed in its fullest, and he steals third easily there.
Back-to-back RBI doubles for Hannah, who leads away from third. Schmidt had an RBI single the last time he was up. Takes a fastball on the outside corner, 1-2. Outside of that RBI knock, 0 for 3 with 3 flyouts, so officially 1 for 4 with an RBI. And you can add a stolen base to his ledger as well. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Infield in. Seed deals. Schmidt bloops one into shallow center field, base hit. Hannah trots home, 9-6 ponies in the bottom of the 7th.
This top 2 of this lineup, Aiden Schmidt and Michael Hannah, fantastic day. They've combined for nearly half of the runs that have come across, 4 of the 9 so far tonight. And Hannah and Schmidt have both looked absolutely incredible. Right there, Schmidt is the one who drives in Hannah for the second time tonight.
And identical innings for the Stallions. Hannah RBI double and then scored in both the 6th and 7th. And then Aiden Schmidt RBI singles in back-to-back plate appearances. And now you can add another stolen base to his ledger. So Hannah and Schmidt, number 1 and number 2 in the lineup tonight, Evan, setting the tone, especially over the last 2 innings.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what you need out of your top of the lineup. You need tone setters. You need guys who can, set it for the rest of the following in the lineup.
Danny Surwick in a 1-0 count. Takes outside 2-0. It only felt like a matter of time that the Stallions were going to scratch across some runs with some consecutive hits, right?
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly how to put it. And the Dragons have also knocked on the door, but really haven't capitalized like the Stallions have over these past few innings.
Surwick tonight, as Billy Bean would say, he gets on base. It's as simple as that. No hits for Surwick tonight, but no official at-bats either. 2 walks and 2 hit by pitches. The 2-1 goes to the backstop. Schmidt advances to third on the pass ball.
Nick, that one is a wild pitch, but, looking at the Stallions running on the bases tonight, well over 10 stolen bases. This is the identity of the Stallions team that we know and is finally back.
9 runs on 10 hits so far for the Stallions with another runner on third. 3-1. High pop up out of play, foul. Big swing from Surwick. Count runs full, 3-2. And this is a guy who's got plenty of pop in that bat. Last time these two teams played, Evan, I think that ball's still traveling over right field.
Yeah, it was hit way over the right field fence, right through and over the tree out there above the Ulster Savings Bank side.
The payoff goes to the backstop. Fortuitous bounce for Diaz behind the plate. So Surwick make that 3 walks and 2 hit by pitches. Does he have like a little apartment on first base, Evan? I think he just lives there.
It's a mansion.
Mansion. I like
with
that.
how much he's there, he needs a lot of space. He's there every single at bat, essentially.
I mean, he missed a third of the season, and he leads the team in walks. So hitting 3 tonight, just passing the baton to Ryan Resio with runners on the corners and 1 out. First pitch, taken outside 1-0. Resio doubled in the first inning. That's his lone hit tonight to go with a hit by pitch and 2 flyouts. So he's another Stallion that has reached base multiple times. The 0-1, grounded hard through the left side, base hit. Schmidt scores. Surwick stops at second, and Ryan Resio now has 3 straight games with an RBI, 10-6 ponies.
Timely hitting. That's what the Stallions team is doing differently compared to the past few games where the run totals haven't been as high as they would like, but timely hitting tonight, top through bottom. And, Nick, to start this game, you thought the Stallions, they were in a tough position down 6-0, but I don't know what was said in the dugout, but a complete 180 by this offense.
The bats have awoken. Both runners go. Pitch bounce. Diaz throws to second. Late. Surwick goes to third, and Resio advances to second. The double steal to success again. That's now the 3rd time the Stallions have done that, Evan, over the last 3 innings.
And Diaz has really struggled behind the plate, throwing it down, and a lot of the pitches are being spiked in the dirt, which makes it even tougher for Diaz to throw out both runners.
Glens Falls brings the infield in. Nick Croce in a 1-0 count. The pitch. Inside 2-0. Croce, another guy that's been on base multiple times. Everyone in the top 5 of the lineup for the Stallions have been on base multiple times. A walk and a hit by pitch in his last 2 plate appearances. Bounces off home plate. Ball rolls all the way up to the netting behind home plate. Surwick scores. And another insurance run. 11-6 Stallions over the Dragons.
Now 3rd time the Stallions have scored and capitalized on that wild pitch. Nick, now 10 batters in the lineup. 9 of the 10 have reached base 2 times or more.
That's incredible. That speaks to a lot of different things. Stallions getting pitches to hit, driving the baseball, but it also speaks to how deep the lineup is, top to bottom. Croce way ahead in the count, 3-0. Seed misses up and in, ball 4. Head coach Joe Matarazzo on his way to the mound to talk with Miles Seed. Stallions have already plated 4 runs in the inning. the floodgates have opened at Cantine.
It was only a matter of time that the floodgates were going to open. The Stallions were really pounding. 2 runners left on base in the first, 2 runners left on base in the second, 2 runners left on base in the fourth, but even 3 left on in the fifth. But these last 2 innings, capitalizing on every single opportunity.
Stallions tonight have capitalized in a big way. Ponies with runners on base, hitting 267. Rather, 409 with runners on. 9 hits and 22 at-bats. And then get this, with runners in scoring position, slightly better. 421, 8 hits. But when you have 19 chances to hit with runners in scoring position, you must be doing something right.
Right, and it's the walks, and it's the hit by pitches. That's probably a combined well over 10 to 12, even 15. The Stallions have reached aboard by way of walk or hit by pitch.
Cooper Schmidt hits with runners on the corners after the Croce walk. Croce runs for second, pitch out. Diaz's throw down on the left side of the bag. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Stallions have another stolen base tonight. That's now 12 for the game.
Just stealing every single base. It's unreal. The Stallions lineup specifically today is so speedy, and boy, they are completely exploiting Derek Diaz behind the plate.
Fastball misses away 2-0. Cooper Schmidt here tonight. A double, a run scored, a walk, and an RBI. The 2-0. Fastball clips the corner, 2-1. Stallions have broken it open here in the bottom of the 7th. 4 runs and still threatening. Recio on third, Croce on second with only 1 out. The 2-1. Blocked by Diaz behind the plate, 3-1.
Diaz is taking a beating back there. Well, we haven't even mentioned the fact that he has blocked so many pitches so far tonight and has prevented a good amount of runs to come in.
Schmidt way ahead in the count, 3-1. The pitch, nubbed in front of the plate. Diaz swipes it in foul territory, so the count runs full. The 13 stolen bases for the Stallions tonight is the most in any game this season. The previous total was 12 in the first game of the season versus Glens Falls. Seed set. The payoff. In the dirt, ball 4. 4th walk of the inning, and here comes Anthony DiPietro.
I know that the Dragons have limited options here for pitching, but we still 1 out. You got to wonder how much more Seed is going to get on the mound.
And no action going in the bullpen either. Base is full of ponies. For the newest pony, Anthony DiPietro making his debut. Takes up 1-0. DiPietro, 3 great at-bats, walk and a run in the 2nd inning, a single and a run scored in the 4th, and then knocked in a run with a sac fly in the 5th. Takes low, 2-0.
DiPietro has done a fantastic job taking pitches and fitting right in with the Stallions team. Has been productive, and he's even stole 2 bases himself.
The 1-1. Fastball clips the inside corner, 1-2. Seed's got 2 Ks tonight, 1 looking. Ball outside.
Very veteran-like take there by DiPietro. That one just missed.
Stallions on the verge of really breaking this game open. 3 balls, 1 strike, bases juiced. The pitch, Upstairs, ball for Anthony DePietro. Picks up an RBI on the bases loaded walk. And now the Stallions lead 12-6, but are still threatening. And also have batted around here in the 7th. Mike Cuello, who ended the 6th with a strikeout against Seed, hits with the bases full of ponies and only one gone.
And even in the 6th, the Stallions were just one batter shy of batting around. With a 9-man lineup, they're batting around in both innings. A complete turnaround by this offense.
First pitch from Seed. Check swing from Cuello. Did he go around? No, he did not, says field umpire Sean Connors. Frank Parker behind the plate for tonight's matchup. Stallions trailed early on, but have come back in a massive way. The 1-0. 2-0. Glens Falls led 6-1 at the conclusion of the top of the 4th, and then since then, the Ponies have responded with 11 unanswered runs. The 2-0. 3-0.
Seed just simply cannot find the zone right now, and you see manager Joe Matarazzo in the first base dugout already standing up. This should probably be his last batter.
Green light from Cuello. Flies it out of play foul down the first base line, 3-1. But walks really have been a story for Glens Falls here tonight. Despite the Stallions registering 11 hits, which is also a great thing, Glens Falls has walked 12 different hitters.
Yeah, and the Stallions really have not walked that much over these last 3 games, just 3 a game about. So really nice to see them taking some pitches.
And Cuello's plunked. Picks up an RBI on the hit by pitch, and head coach Joe Matarazzo is on his way to the mound, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the outing for Seed. Seed exits, and the bases are still loaded. 13-6 score. We're going to take a quick step aside on the Stallions YouTube network. It's all Stallions right now. 13-6 score. It's a Dallas Halloweeners call to the bullpen for Glens Falls. The right fielder, Billy Barthel, is going to come on to pitch for Glens Falls in relief of Miles Seed. But Barthel's a two-way guy.
Yeah, and surprisingly enough, so far this year, 6 shutout innings to start Barthel's career PGCBL on the mound. But this is probably the toughest situation he's been put in.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Krieger in the box. Blooped into shallow right center field. Vega can't make the play. Base hit for Krieger. Cooper Schmidt scores, and it's 14-6 Ponies. An RBI single for Magnus Krieger. That's now the second time he's done that tonight.
Magnus Krieger, he has really turned a corner. A double last game. And now so far, Nick, he's been on base in 4 of 5 of his plate appearances here tonight. And now the Stallions have the mercy rule run on second.
Mike Levinson takes a strike, 0-1. Base is still loaded. Like you said, Evan, the mercy rule run is on second. Levinson's the lone out here in the bottom of the 7th. Struck out looking. The 0-1. 1-1. Levinson, outside of that K, has been on base twice, a walk and a single. The 1-1. Levinson nubs it to the left side of the infield. Hoover, the shortstop, Fields goes to second for 1 out there, but it's a productive out. Anthony DePietro scores, and the mercy rule run is 90 feet away from third in the form of Mike Cuello.
And this is the guy you want up right now for the Stallions, who has already 2 RBI doubles so far tonight. Hannah has a chance to end this game.
Runners on the corners, 2 dead. Hannah steps in for his 5th plate appearance. Rather, 6th plate appearance. Takes a strike, 0-1. Hannah has had an RBI double and a run scored in the last 2 innings, including this one. Ponies have scored 8 here in the 7th. Line drive to the right side, base hit. Welcome to Saugerties, Michael Hannah. Ponies win 16-6. Mercy the Glens Falls Dragons. Thanks to the rising freshman to Mississippi State, knocking in his 3rd run in as many plate appearances.
I mean, that's got to be the player of the game, right? I mean, 3 RBIs, 2 doubles. Michael Hannah out of nowhere gets put in the leadoff spot after an 0-for night last night. Michael Hannah, I mean, the senior from Don Bosco, what a second game for him. The Stallions, it looked bleak at the start, down 6-0 to the Dragons, but something clicked, and the Stallions fight all the way back to Mercy Rule Glens Falls.
Down 6-1 at the end of the top of the 4th inning. Ponies respond with 15 unanswered runs. It's the most runs in a game all season for the Stallions. This offensive onslaught just came out of nowhere.
It really did. You look at the first 3 innings, 2 hits, just 1 run. Even innings 3 through 5, even still 3 runs, but 2 hits. And innings 6 and 7 are just, the Stallions have completely turned on the Jets, and it was batter after batter after batter. Nick, if you look at this inning, batters 1 through 9, every single one of them got on base and scored. Started with Hannah and ends with Hannah.
The leadoff man for the Stallions here tonight in his Cantine debut. 2 RBI doubles and a walk-off single. And now he's with our sideline reporter, Alex Kemnitzer. Michael Hannah is your player of the game in just his 2nd ever game as a Stallion. The rising freshman to Mississippi State. One of 2 newcomers, Anthony DePietro, the other one, in his PGCBL debut for the Stallions, has been on base a lot tonight. He walked single and walked 2 RBIs, all told. Great performance from the Stallions' new hitters, and Michael Hannah's ready. Alex, take it away.
Thank you, everyone. How about that for a Cantine debut? I'm here with the player of the game, Michael Hannah, committed to Mississippi State, and an amazing 3
such an amazing experience to be able to put up over here and all the amazing fans and such a nice stadium. And in front of this amazing crowd of fans, yeah, 3 hits, 3 RBIs, a stolen base. Tell me, after the first game last night, got it out of your system, how did it feel to get back on track with these games tonight? It feels great. After a tough one yesterday, coming back and putting up a run for my first game here, there you go. No way better to do it. And lastly, just you guys were down 6-1 at one point. You completely flipped the script, chipped away. What does that tell you about the resilience of your new team? I mean, everybody's a great ball player on my team, and everyone showed grit and no sign of losing. Trust me. No, good. Nah, you're good. No sign of weakness, Michael. Thank you for the time. And an amazing debut. Excellent. Thank you. No problem. Your Stallions win 16-6 here at Cantine.
Thanks so much, Alex. Ponies win 16-6. Most runs in a game all season. Most hits in a game all season. Couple of thank yous to hand out before we depart our stream. Our sideline reporter, Alex Chemnitzer. Our producer, Andrew Riley. My partner, Evan Zaretsky. Nick Zuppi signing off right here on the Stallions YouTube network. Ponies win 16-6 over the Dragons.